Well, a very good morning, Namibia, rise and shine. Thank you so much for tuning in for this special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. My name is Ndepa Mbabi and I will be riding solo. That is, of course, for this first part of the day. Well, as we saw yesterday, the results have trickled in by now, and just an announcement that is, of course, from the Electoral Commission of Namibia, as polling officially closed yesterday, that is at 2100 hours. Voting counting commenced immediately thereafter, ensuring that every ballot cast is carefully scrutinized. Now, mobile polling teams also conducted their counting at the final station that they served, while results from the extended voting period are being tallied separately, but will contribute, that is, to the final total for both the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. Now, yesterday, the Electoral Commission of Namibia officially released the results from 10 constituencies, that is, of course, for the presidential elections, as well as from 15 constituencies for the National Assembly elections. As you can see right here behind me, this is the official website of the ECN. You can actually access the website yourself on elections.na. What we see here right now is the top presidential candidates, that is from the 10 constituencies. Seeing here leading is Nandi Ndaitwa Netumbo Ndempelila, who is currently standing at 44.26%. That is the SWAPO party. And with that, we have Itula Panduleni Philemon Bango, who is standing at 34.23%. That is for the IPC. And this is Bernardo Swartboy standing at 7.68%, and that is for the LPM. These are basically the top 10 presidential candidates from the results that are available from the 10 constituencies. Let's not forget that Namibia has 121 constituencies, and this basically just declares their national, this basically shows the current counting progress for the national, and this is also the turnout, which shows the amount of people that have voted and those who have basically registered to vote. Here you can see that a total cast of votes are currently standing at 94,568. Valid votes are 93,476. And at this point, the total rejected votes are standing at 1,092. And those that have registered to vote currently stand at over 1.4 million. As you still go down on the website, this map basically shows some of the constituencies whose results are in right now, and also just the top of the list showing the top presidential candidate. But we will continue bringing you that update throughout the day. As we basically continue off with this show, we'll start off by engaging Jinola Nauseb, who is a communications officer at the Namibia Institute of Democracy, and will be joining us in this hour just to enlighten us more on how the 2024 elections in Namibia will impact the country's economic policies. We'll equally be engaging pardon me, that is John Colin Namene, who is a journalist at the Namibian newspaper as well as at Desert Radio, just to basically tell us more about the potential that the elections have on Namibia and how it could reshape and not only the political landscape, also the direction of governance. We'll equally be having a panel discussion right here in studio. We will be engaging Pastor Apostle Marson Sharpley, Pastor Dolly Nengushe, as well as Pastor Lucas Katenda, just to talk to us about how Namibia can foster unity and healing in the aftermath of the elections. Those are some of the engagements you can look forward to on today's edition of Namibia Votes 2024. Don't go anywhere.
Yoko,
Welcome back. Janola Nauseb is a communications officer at the Namibia Institute for Democracy. He now joins us telephonically to uncover how the 2024 elections will impact issues such as policies and unemployment. Janola, good morning and thank you so much for joining us. Janola? Janola, good morning. We do apologize for that. We will connect with Janola shortly, but for now, let's take a quick break. Welcome back. Earlier on, I did mention that we will be engaging, that is the communications officer at the Namibia Institute for Democracy, that is Janola Nauseb. Janola, good morning. Janola? Janola? We do apologize for that. Once again, we'll be engaging Janola a little bit later on. For now, we take a break. Don't forget, you are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. welcome back. You are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. As I mentioned earlier, Jinola Nausib is a communications officer at the Namibia Institute for Democracy, and he's now joining us telephonically just to help us uncover how the 2024 elections will impact the issues of such as policies as well as unemployment in Namibia. Jinola, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
No problem at all. Good to be on air today.
All right. Jinola, last night we saw verified results being released. Talk to us about some of your sentiments. So how did you talk to us about, that? How did you find the results?
All right. So obviously, we all saw the results. My feeling is that a preliminary result as it stands are just preliminary results and are not the full and final results that will obviously reflect the total number of seats per political party or the incoming presidential candidate. So I think if we give it a day or three, perhaps maybe even 4 days until that is finalized, I will be in that regard be able to give a full statement. But as it stands, yes, the preliminary results are out. But I would also just caution the nation, let's wait and see the outcome because it's not the definitive results yet.
All right. How do you think the results of the 2024 elections in Namibia will impact the country's economic policies moving forward?
Seeing that we don't know the final results yet, it is important to note that obviously if there is a new political party that will have majority seats that is not the current ruling party, obviously it will come with a lot of drastic change. But should the ruling party continue to hold on the baton, both with majority seats in parliament and of course with their presidential candidate winning, we suspect that there may be slight change or a continuation of the modus operandi in terms of government activities and government direction in that regard.
All right. And in what ways might the outcome of the elections influence Namibia's foreign relations, perhaps in particular with neighboring countries?
Like I was saying to Apiwa, I think it's more a thing of should the ruling party remain the ruling party, we don't expect much to change. But if an opposition party would take that seat, either on the executive level or on the legislative level, it will obviously be a shift in terms of direction. Because remember, each political party comes with its own ideology. They come with their own policies in terms of international relations. And if we have seen how the ruling party operates, and therefore the suspicion is that it may be a slight change, but of course the modus operandi will continue. But if there's an opposition party, there will definitely be drastic change in terms of international relations.
All right. And how do the election results reflect the current political climate as well as the sentiments of the Namibia populace?
As it stands, we see that the results, though there were some technical challenges that political parties raised serious concerns about over the last few days, not commenting on that, I would say that the results as it stands, we want to believe they are the reflection of the people. And though it is just a preliminary result, I don't think it's worth commenting now because so much could change or possibly may not change, and that is why it's important for us to wait as NID before we give any definitive statement. But we want to believe that those are the reflections of the nation, and that obviously pending the full and final result, we'll be able to give a better statement in that regard.
All right. Jinola, from your perspective, how do you think the newly elected leader can address the challenges of unemployment, seeing that most manifestos were touching on unemployment and poverty in Namibia?
Yes, seeing that it is a growing issue, a lot of political parties, well, obviously the majority that did put out manifestos, strongly emphasized on how they will deal with unemployment. Most of them were very vague in terms of how they will do it. Just one or two that were specific in terms of the policy direction they will take or the strategies that will employ. Now, my feeling is that since that came from some parties, it would be interesting that should they win, how that would turn out. But obviously, the current government has also, in their manifesto, indicated how they will resolve the matter, which would be interesting to see. Our hope and feeling as NID is that should, after the results, outcome of the results, we give the next incoming political party or at least the parties that will be in parliament themselves an opportunity to prove themselves to really, really make youth unemployment a priority, not even just as a ruling party, whoever it may be, but even as a parliament, because parliament is where basically all the parties will have an opportunity to choose a common direction in terms of setting policy and or availing funds that then deals with unemployment. So we're very much eager to see how the incoming, the ninth National Assembly and of course the next president will prioritize youth unemployment as per their political party manifesto, so that even if they don't do it as individual parties, they still manage to do it through the legislative, where they will be forced to have one voice.
All right. Jinola, results are slowly but surely trickling in, and we'll definitely see more results throughout today. But what implications do you foresee for Namibia's environmental policies as the result of the of the 2024 elections?
Okay. Pending the full result, what I can already tell you is that should the ruling party maintain their position, they will most likely win in terms of majority seats in parliament and of course their presidential candidate. And with that, there may be a change in terms of environmental policy, slight change, or perhaps drastic. You can never tell because you don't know what each, because remember, even the ruling party in itself has a lot of new young people, a lot of new faces in the National Assembly party list. So it will be very interesting to see what they will come up with, because it's a new brand, a new kind of people, and obviously a new presidential candidate. So we expect to be some kind of change, and we don't know if it will be drastic or if it will be a complete overhaul, but we trust that whoever will take leadership as per the legislative and the executive, that obviously environmental issues are also, because remember it's a 5-year term, so we hope and trust that environmental issues are also given some form of preeminence in terms of the direction that the next government and parliament will take.
All right. Jinola, any final remarks before we let you go?
I think the last thing we would like to say as NID is we have deployed 160 election observers across the country, and obviously with so much concerns from our side as well, we will gauge the commission to see what will be the way forward, and if perhaps also we could get feedback in terms of our own observations. But we are an independent organization. I believe we are the largest election observer mission in the country, and we have done our best. We have put out our observers. We know that election was extended. That was a financial challenge for us because we never anticipated for that kind of move. But obviously, the commission has justified that. And we will surely, hopefully as soon as the results are released, we will also release our election report that will sort of help as a tool for the commission to be able to look at our recommendations, and in preparation for next year's regional local election, sort of please, we implore them to take note of those and see how best we could do better in terms of avoiding the technical challenges that led to the uproar. Right. Some challenges they are obviously responsible for, but most of the challenges we believe should have been better prepared for. Right. Otherwise, we will release our final report as NID, and we will also engage with the commission in that regard. We just want the dust to settle, and then, of course, we will do our consultation with them.
All right. Well, Jinola Nausip, thank you so much for talking to us this morning.
All right. No, thank you for having me.
All right. Janola Nauseb, who is the communications officer of the NID, joining us this morning, talking to us about how the 2024 elections will impact issues such as policies as well as unemployment. Well, results will be trickling in throughout the day. Don't forget to keep an eye out on NBC social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook and X, that is NBC Digital News. For now, let's take a break and we'll be right back with more conversations. As we continue off with our conversations this morning, and as Namibia awaits the results of its 2024 presidential elections, the possibilities of post-election tension remains a concern, in particular in a country as diverse as Namibia. Regardless of who wins, there is an urgent need for national healing and reconciliation. In today's discussion, we are joined by Apostle Martin Shapley, Reverend Dolly Nengushe, as well as Bishop Lucas Katenda, to basically just explore how Namibia can foster unity and healing in the aftermath of the elections. Well, Reverend Shapley, pardon me, Apostle Shapley, Reverend Nengushe and Bishop Katenda, good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Very good morning to you.
All right. Thank you. All right. You probably want to be in church right now, but thank you so much for being with us on set. Let's start with you, Apostle Shapley. Kindly just talk to us about some of the most critical steps that Namibia can take in order to ensure national healing and reconciliation after the election results have been announced.
Well, once again, thank you. I think at the end of the day, a nation exists on a country geographically, and that country becomes our home. A home must provide protection and provision. And there's a need for mature leadership in understanding the mood of the nation. That's the first thing. Because the most important asset in this country is the people. The people are the most important resource, the most important asset. And when we speak of reconciling, if we were able to reconcile with those who had brought such draconian, demonic laws that oppressed and divided us and threw some of us in prison and killed some of us, we can surely reconcile now, because the issues have changed now. It's material issues, it's financial security, it is food security. One of the things that Namibia has to attend to, we've got a slow onset disaster on our hands right now called a drought. We need to learn to take care of our food security. And when we speak of reconciliation, our utterances must transcend tribe, ethnicity. Our utterances must even transcend religious formations. And we need to see the worthiness of each Namibian in our lives. And let us take care of what God has given us. And what He has given us is the gift of life. But there's an underlying issue, and that is, you cannot respect another person if you don't respect yourself. So we need to understand that there is a premium that God places on every life, irrespective of their social standing. And we need, therefore, to understand that you see, if I love me, I will know how to love And I think that is the issue. And the main thing, which we must not ignore, we are in a material world. People want houses. People want food. People want the very employment you are talking about. The youth will always want change. I grew up in that revolution. We always wanted change. And change is a constant. We just need to manage that change. We must be masters of the change. And the change we bring must not create casualties. It must be a win-win situation for everybody, because Namibia is also on the world stage. I want to say this to Namibians. The world takes Namibia seriously. Even more so now, gas and oil have been found. We live in a material world. So Namibia's voice on multilateral fora, in bilateral arrangements and agreements, becomes so important. But we as Namibians must see the worth that we bring to each other. Because there's a glory of God in you that's not in me. There's a glory of God in me that's not in you. When these glories come together, it's going to result in a prosperous country. This nation has a great future.
Reverend Ngoshe, how can churches and faith communities be a safe space for dialogues and healing after potentially divisive elections?
Yes, thank you so much, and a very blessed morning to the Namibian nation. I know that we are at the crossroad as a nation, and we have to admit that this election in particular was not the easiest of elections that we have encountered as a nation, as a country. And the question that you are posing after the election, I think that the elections have processes. The pre-elections process, the during election process, and the after election process. Now, the peace or the reconciliations that we so anticipate after the elections, I think it has to form part of the process in order to see that it is smooth, there is a smooth transitioning, towards, a fair and a free elections. And I just want to start with that the peace or reconciliation does not start with the post-mortem of the election, but it starts, from the beginning. And I want to really read a scripture, just to bring a perspective in that regard. And I think it is very, very key, and it's very important for us as a nation to know that even when we talk about reconciliation, reconciliation means that there was something wrong that needs to be made right. And I admit that it is wrong, and the other party is also, recognize that I'm ready, to admit my guilt. So it's a two-way traffic thing. So healing can never take place when there is no reconciliation, meaning that an admission of the wrong and the guilt. So I just want to say that. Now, coming to the scripture that I want to really bring across here, and I think that this morning as we are speaking, we really need to speak, on factual things, not being evasive, because the country at this stage, we know that for a matter of fact, that the political parties are not forming part of the process of elections right now. So it's telling us that we are in a very, very difficult situation, So the scripture here that I want to really, bring across is from the book of Jeremiah 29, verse 7. Now, when God gave this word to Jeremiah, Jeremiah was taken in captivity in Babylon. And the Lord, spoke to Jeremiah, and he says, pray, for the peace. Let me just reflect that, Jeremiah, and also seek the peace and prosperity of the city. It means it's a collective, decision that every citizen, and I think Apostle says that, we have this beautiful house that we have to call home, and that we have to nurture, that we have to protect because peace comes at a cost, and once it is disturbed, it can become very, very expensive. So now the Lord speaks to Jeremiah and he says, also seek for the peace and prosperity of the city. It means that every citizen in Namibia, we need to seek for that peace, because when that peace is disrupted, it doesn't matter whether you are white, you are black, you are colored, you are whoever, rich or poor, this peace will affect you in one or another way. And it says here, to which I have carried you into exile. And then it says, pray to the Lord for it, because if it is prosperous, you too will prosper. So it means that the church, we have also an obligation, to foster meaningful dialogue. The church is a pillar of truth, to speak truth without fear, without favor, without being intimidated, And also one of the rules is that the church is a reconciling body and also a mediator in terms of when there is conflict arising, right. So, and what I just want to say here this morning is that one of the key aspects of the church, which is very, very, very deep, is the prayer part. And you will see it also in the other scriptures. In Timothy, I think it says that pray for those who are in high positions, for our leaders, because when we pray for them, we actually invite a harmonious, environment of social cohesion, and coexistence where peace and tranquility is thriving. And in that tranquility, in that peace is where we can, excel as a nation. And I can tell you that the peace, without peace in a country, you cannot develop a country in the absence of peace. So one of the elements of the church that we have to really push through is to pray. And I'm grateful today that the church has been taking lead in prayer. And when the people were saying, but you were praying, what is happening here? And all these things, I said, God is answering the prayer. Because I believe that whatever is transpiring in this country at this moment, God is going to work it for the good of the nation. Right. So prayer is very key. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, before we engage, that is, of course, Bishop Lucas Katenda, we will take a short break quickly and we'll be right back. I am joined in studio by Apostle Marcin Shapley, Reverend Dolly Nengushe, as well as Bishop Lucas Katenda, just to basically talk to us about an urgent need for national healing and reconciliation after the 2024 presidential as well as National Assembly elections. Don't go anywhere.
We are still here at the Kobabas Coalition Center. It's Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Leslie Shiwela. As you can see, this is the set that we have been using for the past 5 days to try and make sure that we bring you all the information as far as Omaheke region is concerned and the Kobabas constituency. I've interviewed the governor here, I've interviewed the media ombudsman, and I've interviewed the returning officer and also the electoral officer for the region of Omaheke. But I also just wanted to really give you the behind the scenes so that you will be able to happen as to what happened to your vote after you've casted it. It comes right here at the Coalition Center, and it's get to be put in all of these boxes, and they are always watched by a police officer, a party agent, or even just the observers themselves. And the reason why they have to do that is because this is very sensitive material. Why is it sensitive? Because sometimes voices or votes can be altered, and people do not want to be able to have things that are happening, like some of the reports that we're getting from other constituencies where people accidentally, I'll have to repeat it, accidentally dropped an envelope into one of these boxes. Nothing of the sort happened here in Omaheke region. Now let's quickly just speak to the returning officer again, Hilde Wanivi. Thank you once again For the benefits of our viewers, can you please explain to us what is in the blue boxes and what or these ones, and what is in those ones?
The yellow boxes contains the ballot boxes of the National Assembly elections, and the blue ones contains the ballot boxes for presidential elections. So is the ballot boxes also. The blue ones, this is where you cast your presidential votes, and the green one, the yellow one this is where you cast your National Assembly elections.
I wanted to find out, as you can see, some of the boxes, like this one has got these seals, has got more than one for ECN, another white one, a green one, a red one, and so on. But if you look at another box, for example, the one at the top there, you'll see that it's only got two seals, one for IPC and another one. Why is that the case?
Boxes are sealed as per the political parties. For example, at each point or each polling station, you will find different parties' agents. So for the for transparency, each party is allowed to affix their seals on these ballot boxes, either the ballot box or the metal box.
The metal box where the book came in.
Where the book came in. Yes.
So on a box or a ballot box that has been sealed with, say, two seals like this, what does that mean? Does that mean that there were only two political parties available, or why?
It might not be the case. You might have maybe 5 political parties at your polling station, but maybe only 2 has seals. So it depends on who has the seal that is at that polling stations. But for our officials, ECN always has to affix their seals on each box. Yes.
So ECN always make sure that their seal is on the boxes.
Yes.
So for our viewers, so this is what happens to your vote after it has been casted. It gets to be counted at the polling station. After it has been casted and counted at the polling station, that number is then written and pasted at the polling station, and then it is brought here for verification. Let's quickly just go up so that you can show us as to what happens during the auditing process. We will obviously not be coming close to your side of the table. We will be on our side of the table. But what are their duties? What is it that happens here during a verification process?
During verification process at the collation center, we have 3 people that need to verify the votes: the verifier, and the auditor, and then the returning officer. So, and also among us, there are admin. The others that we are also seeing are the presiding officers that were presiding at various polling stations. So, but at this point, verifier verify and then sends to the auditor, and the auditor sends to the returning officer, and then the returning officer sends to SERC.
What does the auditor do?
The auditor also verify to see whether, for instance, just to verify, or they also verify, but just to make sure that what the verifier has verified is correct in terms of the votes allocated and the number of votes casted and all that. So
those numbers, they need to tally up.
Yes.
So
we all do the same things, but for transparency, that's why we have 3 people that verify before we send to Venduk, and then Venduk, SERC also verify. If they see that we made a mistake, they also send to us, and then we rectify and send it back to them.
Okay, so which means there's a double verification process to just make sure that there's nothing that goes wrong here. So once it's done, he clicked the send button and it goes to SERC and Windhoek. And then eventually the Windhoek Center then announced for the whole constituency of the Omaheke region. Okay, so So there you have it from myself here at the Coalition Center. You have seen what happens to your vote. It comes here at the Coalition Center. It has been checked and it has been kept occupied by a police officer, not just one police officer. At least there has been, because in Kobabe's constituency, there are 17 polling stations. So those 17 police officers, at the very least, at least one of them have stayed here tonight to make sure that nothing happens to anything of these ballot boxes, which is very important. And we are here in Kobabes, and we will continue to be here as we wait to hear what is the final results are, who the winners are, and let's just hope that Namibia is the winner.
Welcome back. You are still watching. That is the special edition, special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. I'm still joined in studio by Apostle Martin Sharpley, Reverend Dolly Nengusha, as well as Bishop Lucas Katenda, just to touch on national healing and reconciliation post-elections. As we continue on with the conversations, Bishop Katenda, kindly just talk to us about perhaps some of the strategies that can be employed in order to engage the youth in meaningful conversations about unity and reconciliation, seeing that the focus this elections was on the youth and they also take up majority of those that registered to vote.
Yeah, just hang on to that question for a moment and speak about your thesis, national unity and healing.
Yes.
Where is the healing coming from? The healing is coming from, I suspect, from that we are hating each other in the process. But there are moments and times, I thought, in our country where we should celebrate and not hate each other. Election is not there to hate us. Elections are there for us to celebrate, to exercise our Namibianness. And whoever wins, we're supposed to be celebrating with this person because Namibia won. Now, it means we are adopting systems that we don't know about and we do not want to know about. Democracy means people making choices. And when people have made a choice, we have to accept the choice of the people. And we should not be hate and we should not be hating others. And therefore there should be no need for healing. But unfortunately, we have to deal with healing because they are hating each other. This is what I'm suspecting. But coming to your question about the young people are the backbone of any society. And I think there was a time I authored something on my Facebook page that if you neglect the young people, you are creating whole lots of problems for yourself as a leader and as a nation. You can start from home. If you neglect your children at home, if you neglect your children at the village, you neglect your children in the church, you neglect your children at the societal, national level, you are fermenting a serious problems in terms of crime, violence, in terms of even losing your seats. And for this reason, I think we need to do as much as we can to involve the young people in whatever process and making sure that they have something to do. Without them having something to do, they will be adopting bad lifestyles and they will create problems for the society.
All right. Apostle Sharpley, how can political leaders, seeing that we look up, or we all look up to our leaders, how can they demonstrate humility and also serve and servant leadership just to ease tension as well as promoting reconciliation?
Yes, I just want to say quickly, Psalm 133 says, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to gather together in unity. Unity is a trigger mechanism of heaven. One of the most, life is an art, you know, and yet life is a mystery at the same time. Who are we? What are we? Why are we here? What are we supposed to do? Now, when you talk of leaders, leaders are ourselves. Leaders are people, they are not aliens. They are the very people who came out of the dusty streets of our townships, out of the villages. What makes them become something else? Again, I come back, it's materialism. When you speak of servant leadership, you need to have a template. You know, in life, you need connectors, you need mentors, you need pilgrims that go with you. In life, we are affected by our experiences, our exposure, and our examples. If you want to be a leader, you must also know how to be a follower. You must, and you've touched on the issue of servant leadership and humility. It is so hard for people to break down their own egos. You know, humility comes when you understand that you are fragile as a human being. Whatever examples you followed in life, those are going to affect you. And you need to understand also that human beings live in colonies. We don't live in isolation. We need each other. A person is a person through other people. If there were no people, there would be no need for leaders. Who makes leaders? Leaders don't make the nation makes leaders. And I'm going to bring an indictment against the church this morning. The state of any nation is as a result of the religious makeup and the interaction. We as the church, whatever goes wrong in this nation, we must also take full responsibility. Because either we compromised our stand as ambassadors of Christ, or we were just negligent. We cannot have lone voices. We have to come as the church. Who is the church? It's the ecclesia. It is the people. Now, we produce these leaders. They come and listen to us on Sundays. We are producing the society that we have is as a result of what we are ministering to that society. If I, as a man of God, am only driven by selfish material needs of my own self, and I've forgotten the stranger, the orphan, and the widow, then I should not be there where I am. The kind of leadership that becomes servant leaders are those who have not just come into leadership to desperately provide for themselves, their families, and their cronies. It is those who understand the calling on their lives and that they have a responsibility for accountability. Now you come to us as church leaders. We have to let people know your accountability is for eternity. It is not just here where you must account. Because if we have bad leadership and we do not address it, the church does do its best. We create soup kitchens. We take care of people where we can. But we are supposed to be more vocal than we are. And we should not be polarized. We have to, as a church, make sure that we are advancing this unity we are speaking of. You see, unity is not a nebulous concept. Unity is a way of life. We have to strive for it. Do you know that they oppressed us in apartheid through unity? It was written even on their coins. Unity is strength. Eendracht maakt macht. Can you imagine? That let us be united to oppress these people. Which means that once you are united, even in a marriage in a house, when there's no unity, that house is destroyed. So one of the things we must guard against is divisions in our nation by inculcating that very servant leadership. We need to let our children know. You are all leaders, by the way. You are born leaders. But there will be those that will emerge. Let me dare to say, politics is, you see this commercial politics we are in, this politics of the stomach, this politics of materialism, this politics of wanting overseas trips and flying in business class and first class, this politics where you steal public funds and you want to be with our funds, by the way, as taxpayers, you now want to show off with big cars and big houses. It has to come to a stop. Unless that happens, the youth will rise up, because the youth have nothing to lose except their future. So if we can come to a place where we have, I have met and I've worked with lots of leaders in our nation. There are very amazing men and women who have entrusted responsibilities to younger people too. By the way, let me tell the youth, it's some of their own young people that we've put into positions who come in and hurt them. A position, a public position, is not about status. It's not about ego. It's about what you said, serving. And we as the church, all we can do, we can be the conscience of the nation. But we as the church also take responsibility. The state of the nation represents the state of the church. May God forgive us. But I also want to put this caveat before I keep quiet. Namibia is a peace-loving nation. Namibians are actually not violent people. But we must be careful that we are not influenced by external forces to inculcate a spirit of violence where there's no need for violence. Because once we do that, we will burn our own country and destroy our own future. Our prayer today as men and women of God is that there be peace and reconciliation, which we have worked on. And like Bishop said, an election must be a celebration of our democracy as it matures, a celebration of our future. The future is bright. And my plea today is that people should not be power hungry, and that we should consider each other as Namibians, that we are all fearfully and wonderfully made. Beautiful. That was a mouthful. Sorry.
Well, Bishop Katenda, if you could perhaps just add to what Apostle Sharpley said with regards to some of the lessons Namibia can learn from other countries that have successfully navigated post-election tension.
Let me repeat that I know that democracy has not been a part of African society. It's a new concept. It's a new practice. And therefore we are struggling to live with it. We just witnessed the American elections. And already the outgoing president is making necessary provisions to hand over the reign of power to the incoming president. And the other one is already, the incoming president now is already making appointments. I will be using this, I will be that. In other words, there is a smooth transition there, which means for me, we must learn and relearn to live with our diverse posture as a nation. We must live as a diverse posture. I mean, in our diverse posture as a nation, because already tribally, racially, socially, religiously, politically, we are diverse. We can never be the same. When we are saying unity, we are not implying that we must all join one political party, or we must all join one church denomination, or we must all become one tribe. We are saying we can celebrate this. This is what makes Namibia. And that's why I'm saying, when you think of an election, you have to think that it is a sacred moment, almost holy, in which you as an individual, you are going to make or remake or destroy, if you like, Namibia. And for me, we must vote with a purpose to make, not to destroy.
Yes.
We must vote with a purpose to make Namibia a better place in which all people can live and flourish. The problem is that we think election is a moment to shun each other, to humiliate each other, to bully each other, to dismiss each other, and look at each other with contempt. And this is very unfortunate. That's why we have to come to the point of healing. How can you heal with people who are deliberately injuring others' reputation or assassinating the characters of others? The point is that we are one Namibia, one nation. Elections must be there to celebrate our democracy as it grows and as it is maturing and growing to be at the par with other nations. Instead of this, we have also young people just throwing words, and it's very, very unfortunate if we have to go that way. There will be no need for these healings if we were not hurting each other. For now, healing will be necessary because we are hurting each other. For me, the point is, let us be one Namibia, one nation. Whatever the outcome, it's still Namibia.
Yes.
Definitely. Reverend Ngoshe, how do we address some of these root causes of division, such as inequality as well as lack of opportunities, saying that basically the word that on everybody's mouth is, there is high unemployment in Namibia. How can we address some of these, issues in order just to prevent future tensions?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. It's a very, very tricky question in essence itself. With respect to how do we ensure that there is equality? How do we ensure that there is employment? I think everything is rooted in the heart of man. Everything is rooted in the heart of man. And I believe that if our hearts, and I'm talking from a clerical point of view, if our hearts are not aligned with God, we will be tempted to be greedy. We will be tempted to be selfish. We will be tempted to look just at the interest of what is going to benefit me as a person. Yeah, so everything is actually centered around the heart of man. And I think that's why even when God was speaking through Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, he said, is in the book of Exodus 18, verse 21. If you are appointing people, I think, because that's actually the fall and the rise of every nation, rise on good leadership or bad leadership. And he said that, when you are looking for men to elect into power, look at these attributes: a man who fear God. Because our first accountability is not necessarily as leaders should be to men, but first to God. Because when we fear God, we aligned ourselves, with the will of God, and we are able to carry out the plan and the purpose of God. And as a result, it reciprocates in the way how we lead, taking care of the poor, taking care of the destitute, the widows, the orphans, and all these kind of things. And I think that once our hearts align ourselves, and I'm speaking now as a pastor, that, and calling us back, even as leaders to God, is our heart really in alignment with God? Because once the transformation, the inner transformation work of God takes place in our hearts, I think we will going to have upright leadership. And that's what the scripture says, that, that righteousness will uphold a nation, and wickedness, on the other hand, it brings uproar. It brings, devastation. People are in anguish. People are in poverty, when our hearts are not in right standing with God. And Jethro spoke to Moses and said, yes, the people that you have to assign, who will have to lead, should have to have these qualities: uprightness, righteousness, the fear of God, people who are not, subjecting themselves, to corrupt practices. And those were the essentials, components of building a nation, that is healthy, that is benefiting everybody, and that is thriving. I think I'll just want to add that.
Bishop would like to add
Yeah,
that.
I think one of the big problems we are facing, especially as developing countries coming out of the old state, as Africa, we cannot balance between the benefits that come with the responsibility that is given unto you. Maybe you are a member of parliament. Obviously, you will be remunerated accordingly. Now people don't know whether they are going there for the remuneration or they are going there for the service. For me, the remuneration is a benefit that is unavoidable. It should always be there, but your mind is to serve the people. And in order to move away from the hypothesis and go to the practice, in Namibia today, it is a shame that our education is segregated. We have the elite whose children go to the best schools. And we have the poor people whose children go to the worst schools. It's all over for everybody to see. Go to the public schools, dilapidating buildings, no books, no proper management at schools, and all these things. I'm not saying all of them, but this is the reality that is there. That is inequality in itself. We cannot talk about inequality in hypothetical manner. It is a practice. And if you go to our health, it is also segregated. I don't want to be treated at these public hospitals any longer because it is just a nightmare to go there. I was in Oshakati the other day, in Oshakati Hospital. My mother is there. Cats all over the room. Cats. And I'm worried. Are these cats treated? Why are they jumping all over patients' food? I have seen it with my eyes. But you go to Lady Pohamba, you go to Medipark, you go to Mediclinic, you don't find cats in hospital, but you find them in public hospital. These things are not giving us a good picture. And when I look at people saying, I want to be a leader, I want to be that, are they really prepared to solve Namibian problems? Yeah. Or we must continue being hypothetical? So for me, we have a serious problem. Our people are elected, and they want to say, it is now my time to shine. And the media people are also somewhere to be blamed. They start celebrating these people. Oh, God has destined for you big things and what. Now a person feels he's a celebrity instead of being a leader. We want leaders who are putting on the boots and get their hands dirty for the sake of the public.
Apostle Sharpley, would you like to add to that?
Look, let me tell you. Bishop hit the nail on the head. If you want to be a celebrity, go to Hollywood, go into the movies. We do not need celebrity leaders. In fact, do you know that we do not need politicians? We need leaders. Leaders have a conscience. And I want to also add on the heart. The theme of your heart, the Word of God speaks of it, will affect the compilation of your mind, which will affect the declaration of your mouth, which will affect the execution of your hands. And I really want to add to what Bishop is saying. When we elect you, just because we gave you a black car with a driver and a security person, that does not make you a king. This is not a monarchy. This is a democracy. It does not make you lord over us. Our cry as the church is, we want to see people who have compassion for their own people. You know, Africa is the richest place, but it has the poorest race. What a disgrace. That's a good poem to actually write. I mean, it is ridiculous. We are now going, and I'm going to say this here, don't tell us Namibia's oil cannot benefit Namibians. Then let's stop the deals. Let's relook at these deals. Let us relook at what it is. This oil was found in Namibia. This gas was found in Namibia. What kind of deals are we making? Who are the people? These people already have a footprint in Africa, West Africa. What have they done around oil? Oil is a very serious commodity. Then we have, Namibia is rich. Namibia is wealthy. Why can Dubai be what it is? And yet we cannot be what we are destined to be.
Don't you think we're getting there?
We're getting there too slow. The casualty might be the nation. We can also not pull each other's eyes out. We must be humanistic. However, when you are plundering public coffers, public funds, is that getting there? Are you really getting there? You are not getting there. You are taking us one step forward, 2 steps back. Now, let's come to this. You cannot have a blanket thing to say, no, the whole ruling party is corrupt. No, the whole opposition. No. There are individuals here. There are people who lack integrity. What we need visionary leadership, dimensionalists. You know, let me also address this. If I gave my 8-year-old grandson the car to drive, what will he do? He'll kill himself and kill people. For Joshua to take over, Moses had to walk with him a while to say to him, this is it. But Moses must also know when it's time to hand over to Joshua. Hand over. Otherwise, Joshua is going to get impatient. And Joshua is going to agitate. You know, I am a product of the 1976 riots in South Africa. Which is not a thing we need to relive. I got involved with that issue of Pornhofi School being bombed here. And we created a group of 15 or 14 leaders who went to see the Administrator General in this country. Do you know that he had no desire to even really entertain? Bishop Kameta was leading our delegation. He had no desire because a black life did not matter that time. Now, do you want to tell me that a black life against another black life is now, it even doesn't matter even more? We must start to really think about ourselves and say, look, can we make things worse for our people than they used to be before? Are we really at a place? And I'm going to come back to this. Philosophical words, to be an orator, to speak well is good, but the practicality on the ground. When we speak health, when we speak, I'm an educator, when we speak education, it is a disgrace to have classrooms under a tree in a country that can afford. Our priorities must change. Our desire and our prayer. It says in the Word of God, righteousness and justice are the foundation of the throne of God. Is there righteousness in what we are doing? Is there justice? And I like what the bishop said. You are not a celebrity when you are a parliamentarian. You cannot be a celebrity. You must be a servant leader. And that is what Namibians are crying out for. If we do not, I employ people. I'm in the marketplace, by the way. I don't depend on tithes and offerings of people. I have to go and work out. Paul was a tent maker, Jesus was a carpenter, so I must also be in the marketplace where I wheel and deal. And I see in the marketplace, I must bring biblical principles. I must create employment for young people so that they have a future. Namibian young people are complaining that they see no future for themselves. We, the parents, must create that future. God says himself, I know the thoughts I have for you. In Jeremiah 29:11. They are thoughts not to harm you. We want our leaders to say, they give us these good manifestos. Is it realistic? Are the things that you are saying, when technocrats must put what you have said together for us, is it for real? Can it really happen in Namibia? Are we able to do this? Because at the end of the day, Namibians, again I'm going to say, are peace-loving people. Namibians are joyous people. The other thing is, we must address, you cannot think that you are empowering people by opening more shebeens and advancing alcohol abuse. There are three things that block blessings in a nation: immoral living, the spilling of innocent blood, abortions of babies, and the third one is idolatry. Idolatry is when you idolize yourself, and I see myself more important than Pastor Jolly. No, I'm not. We are all equal before God. And our desire, as we come out of these elections, we must have learned something and not divided ourselves. We must also celebrate the pluralistic society we have in its diversity. We must learn to realize that Namibia is taken seriously in the world. We are between two big economies, Angola and South Africa. We are strategically placed. Do you know what God whispered to my spirit one day, many years ago? He said, Namibia is the womb for revival in Africa. Can you believe that? Namibia is the smile of Africa. Namibia is a jewel. Namibia is a hidden, Namibia is a hidden treasure of God. It is, God has hidden it like this. We cannot emerge into the world fighting, kicking, and screaming. We have a Namibian way of doing things, and that is we negotiate things.
Right.
We negotiate.
Thank you so much, Apostle Sharply. But looking ahead, let's start with you, Reverend Nangushe. What kind of political culture do you envision for Namibia post-elections? How can we build a culture of mutual respect and understanding that transcends party lines and ideological differences?
Yes, thank you so much. I think that holistically we have to look at what we have as a nation. We have a beautiful country. And the peace that we are enjoying in Namibia comes from God, and it is a gift because it's private to the success and prosperity of this nation. One thing I would like to say is that it's leaders to hold each other accountable. Very, very important. Leaders who will hold each other accountable. When the one leader is at fault, the other one has to have the liberty to say that I see that what you are doing is wrong. And I think in that environment of really having leaders holding each other accountable is where we really find, that mutual respect, submission to one another, being able to listen and to hear, what the other person has to say. And it is very important to the peace, also to enhance the peace, because if there is no, mutual respect in terms of you are listening to what I say and I'm listening to what you say, I don't think that we will have that social cohesion and really building a strong nation. Martin Luther Jr. once says that, you know, that we are caught in a web of unescapable mutuality, tied in a single destiny. That injustice, you know, to me today is also injustice to everyone.
Yeah.
And that is what we don't actually realize, you know, in leadership sometimes. You think that you are just absent from what you do today, it will never affect you. But in retrospect is that it will actually affect you. Yeah, so when we have really leadership that are you know, accountable to each other, it means that they are free to speak, you know, the truth to one another. Because I believe that, you know, when we remain silent on issues that really matters the most, I mean, we become also accomplices of the wrong. You know, so when we are silent in the strife of atrocity, we are also, you know, guilty and evil. You know, so leaders that are accountable, you know, even from the church spectrum, political spectrum, in terms of how do we correct, you know, what we think it's wrong. And I believe that even in this setup where we are now, I just want to really bring it to the elections, you know, that we are anticipating, the results that we are anticipating is, I think that we have to have leaders in this country who are strong enough to say that I am honestly speaking to you this, and I'm listening to what you say. Yeah, because that in itself, I think that's where we were going to have that, you know, cohesion and understanding and reach a consensus on matters that most for the people and the nation.
All right. Bishop, what sort of political culture do you envision for Namibia post-elections?
I don't know. We don't have a Namibian way. We seem not to have a Namibian way, which we should have. Post-election means we are Namibians. And all the Namibian people need to be on the table, and they need to make their contributions. Whoever emerges as a winner must make sure that he or she holds the hands of the Namibians to the prosperity. The problem is the culture of exclusion. We want to exclude anybody because pre, during, and after election, during election, we create enemy in our own minds. Oh, this so-and-so is not a part of us. It's not voting for me. It's not campaigning for me. Therefore, this person is my enemy. If you go with that culture after election, you are going to exclude people. You can exclude them directly. You can exclude them indirectly. But we see you, that you are excluding people. The society is not stupid. Imagine you are just one person, and the rest of the millions are looking at you. So the point I'm making here is that if we count ourselves as Namibians before election, at elections, we must remain in that posture even after election. That, colleagues, we have done our part, all of us. I expected these political leaders to work together. But the culture of exclusion, we have beaten them. We have beaten them. Have we beaten people? I thought we have beaten undemocratic tendencies, and through democratic means we have now emerged, and we can now hold hands. We can even appoint some of them to certain positions because they are Namibians. They don't have to belong to your party to appoint them. They are Namibians, and they don't also have to leave their parties in order to join you or to join your leadership team. If we could transcend this exclusive mindset, then we can make Namibia a better place. And remember, I said, we need only to make sure that every person in Namibia live and flourish. But where is the life and the flourishing of the people now? in the informal settlement. Last night in our neighborhood, there was a loud noise. I remember putting something on my WhatsApp status that who can give me the neighborhood watch number because these people are making noise. We want to sleep. And I also now think also of my people in the locations where every other house, if not every house, is a bar and there is a loud music. How about children studying? I don't want to hear that if I'm sleeping, but there are people who are constantly living under this noise pollution because we don't have seriousness to address these matters. Now, when I spoke about the practical matters of health, education, housing, and employment, where are we really leading? Are we leading Namibia to a state where everybody must have a medical aid so that we all get treated at private hospitals? Is that our trajectory? Is that our vision? Is that our objective? Or we have to shorten this so that we improve the public health service? Or what are we trying to do? If you have some people who, when they get sick, I'm going to the Catholic hospital. Then you have somebody sick, you have to be in the queue forever at the Katutura hospital or Black Chain hospital, health center. What are we saying? Are we saying it must be like that? Or are we saying we must close this gap? Or are we saying we must kill public health so that we go private? What are we saying to people? This is what I don't understand. And even if we are now saying, this leader is going to be better than that, yes, you can say those things. But I know that it is now 34 years. And we have cultivated this thing over 34 years. When are we going to change this thing? And to which direction are we taking? So the post-election, it must be a culture of one Namibia, one nation. But it cannot be one Namibia, one nation until we have closed the gap between the rich and the poor. And I like what you said, Apostle. The question must also be asked to ourselves. We must not always point fingers. Yeah, but for us church leaders, we can point fingers because we are not in charge of the resources. Yeah. We point fingers to those who are in charge of the resources, okay? But they cannot point fingers because they are in charge of the resources. They must ask themselves a question, what is wrong with me? Rather than asking what is wrong with her, what is wrong with them, what is wrong with this party? It must be a question, what is wrong with us? Now you have the liberation movements, and SWAPO is not exception here. People are now getting tired of these liberation stories. Instead of saying, don't do that, ask yourself what is wrong with us. Then address those issues and try to amend where there is a need for amendment. Throw away some things if they have to be thrown away and install new things. Because our people, young people, have no knowledge of something that happened in the 80s. And you still have somebody telling you things of the 60s. Imagine people don't know what happened in the 80s. So the point now here is that we need people to stand up and really address societal issues. We know there are charlatans in politics who just want to join and also find the time to eat. It's now time to eat also. And even if they speak, you can clearly see they want to speak louder so that whoever is winning can notice them. Yes. And we don't need those blind loyalists. We want people who want to serve the people. And I'm saying this as a church, we are not in charge of the resources. Those politicians are in charge of the resources, and they must not get tired when we point fingers to them that things are not right in our country.
And perhaps also just to add, the question is how do we maintain, peace after the election? I should have to say that Namibia is a country, ruled by the rule of law. It's a democratic a state ruled by the rule of law, governed by the rule of law. And, we need to also respect and I think I will just echo what my colleagues have just said, we need to respect the choices of the people. We need to respect the decision of the Namibian people, because without that respect, we cannot even talk about unity, because unity actually comes through respect. That I respect who you are, and I celebrate who you are, and together, through our diversity, we are celebrating each other. Although I might differ with you in opinion, I respect your opinion, you respect my opinion. And I should have to say that the Namibian people should have to respect the rule of law, even after this election. What is the choices of the people? What is the desire of the people? Because every Namibian has the right to exercise their democratic, right through the established, institutions of the state. And those rights, that they are exercising in this democratic, environment should be respected by upholding the rule of law. Because if we don't respect the rule of law, we are having a lawlessness society. And in a lawlessness society, as I said earlier, that we cannot, expect development. We cannot, expect a healthy nation if we don't really uphold the rule of law. I think that's what I wanted to add on that.
Right. Yes, Apostle Sharpley, Reverend Nengoshe, as well as Bishop Katenda, thank you so much for joining us this morning, for talking to us about unity as well as reconciliation post-elections. Your views were definitely taken, and thank you. And one Namibia, one nation. Namibia is definitely a peaceful country. Thank you so much. Perhaps before we let you go, Bishop, if you could just lead us in a brief prayer for Namibia's unity.
I just wanted to say one last thing. Our words create our world. Proverbs 18:21. In the tongue is life and death. He who uses it will eat the fruit thereof. In Namibia, we need critical thinkers. If we are not mature enough to take criticism, then we must not be in leadership. Leadership does not require emotionalism. We want pragmatic, strategic, tactical leaders. The point of the matter, after 2024 elections, the people want to see quantifiable development and progress in their lives. I think I wanted that parting shot. I was feeling now deprived because you were finishing up.
Sure.
But we need critical thinkers. We all come from this revolution. We lost comrades and friends, but we cannot sit when we see you messing up, agree with you. No, that is not what we fought for here. It's not what we wanted. And we are not going to, there are those of us, look, in your family, you'll never all agree. Those in the ruling party who are watching me now, they know that I'm critical of many things, but it doesn't mean that I undermine who I am in the party. It doesn't mean I undermine what we stand for. But there are some, in the book of Jude it says, some men crept in unawares. There are elements that have crept in who are enriching themselves with no regard for the revolutionary ideology that we uphold. And that ideology is to make sure the lives of every Namibian are improved. We need critical
It
thinkers.
seems that we all want to say a last final word as well. My plea is towards the church that we can engage in political matters, but we have to be non-partisan.
Yes.
We have to maintain our neutrality, because this is where our strength, emanates as the voice of God, a prophetic voice. I see in a lot of platforms, people are just politicizing these things. This one is saying this and so on. Let's maintain our neutrality, because as a clergy, you cannot profess yourself to be of this party, of that other party, and all these kind of things and so on, so that we can bring God's divine order in the matter of a nation that is at the crossroad. Thank you.
But you know, I would disagree with that.
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is, the truth, we belong to parties. But when we stand as the voice of God, we speak to build a nation, not partisan politics. We speak to build nations.
That's what I actually mean.
Yeah, but we belong to parties. I went to vote. What do you think? I didn't vote for all of them. I voted for a party. But if my party is doing wrong, as a man of God, I must be able to say, you see, politicians, it's a very interesting thing. When the people are hungry, you'll hear politicians calling the church. But when the church asks why they're hungry, politicians will say, don't get involved in politics. Politics is life, my child. Hear it today. These clothes I'm wearing is politics. The food I'm going to go and eat is politics. So when we come into, you see, there is an old colonial standpoint. No, the church, and I'm not attacking you. I agree we are together. But never ever stand and not have a standpoint against injustice, irrespective of the political party.
Thank you so much. Yes, Bishop?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for having us, and thank you for the public to listen to us. We are anticipating on the results of the elections. Yes, we have recognized what has happened. We are now in the 5th day or whatever it is. Is it the 4th or 5th day?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, so we are not happy that this has come this far. Whatever has happened, somebody somewhere need to explain. But Almighty God, to whom all hearts are open, all desires known, and from whom no secrets are hid, cleanse the thoughts of our hearts by the inspiration of your Holy Spirit, that we perfectly love you and worthily magnify your holy name, through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we wish you a blessed Sunday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. I was in conversation with Apostle Martin Sharpley, Reverend Dolly Nengushe, as well as Bishop Lucas Katenda, joining me in studio, talking to us about how we can explore and foster unity and healing in the aftermath of the elections. Don't go anywhere. More conversations coming your way on this special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024.
critical juncture in our democracy. As earlier announced by the CEO this afternoon, the Commission wishes to provide an update regarding the conduct of extended voting and also release part of the results of the elections that have been received, verified, and certified. Closure of polling stations on the 30th of November 2024. Polling stations closed at 2100 hours. Vote counting commenced after the close of polls. In respect of the mobile polling stations, vote counting is taking place at the last polling station served by the team. The results from the extended voting will be counted separately, but will be calculated together in the final tally for the presidential and National Assembly elections to be declared by the Commission. Announcement of results. As we meet today, the Commission is ready to officially release the results of 10 constituencies in respect of the presidential elections and the results of 15 constituencies in respect of the National Assembly elections, which have been verified and certified by the Commission. Before I proceed to announce the results, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the voters who came out to cast their votes during the 3 days of voting. The special voting held on the 13th of November, the voting day 27th of November, the extended voting period on 29th and 30th of November 2024. Your participation in these elections have contributed to the results that the Commission is starting to announce this evening. Fellow Namibians, as I announce the results this evening, it is crucial to emphasize the meticulous process we have followed to ensure the credibility and accuracy of every vote cast. During counting, at the polling station, each vote has been subjected to thorough scrutiny to ensure that it accurately reflects the intention of the voter. This was done under the watchful eyes of party agents and observers. B, during collation, every result sheet from the polling stations across the country has been verified to guarantee that the figures align with what was recorded in the presence of the party agents. C, during verification, every result sheet collated has been subjected to thorough verification process before being recommended for certification and subsequent announcement. We wish to assure you, fellow Namibians, that the results being announced tonight are the true reflection of the will of the people. For those engaging in their own calculations, please ensure accuracy. We wish to reiterate that the Commission is the exclusive custodian of the official results announcement. I now move to the announcement of the results. In accordance with Section 109 and 110 of the Electoral Act No. 5 of 2014, I now announce the following results for the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections. I start with Beersheba constituency. Announcement of constituency results in the presidential elections, here with the official results as declared by the returning officer of Beersheba constituency in the Karas region. 68 ballot papers have been rejected, 4,953 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for Ampanda Chipululo AR 1515, Amthenu Vaino COD 6, Kaobaib Hendrik UDF 16, Itula Panduleni Bango IPC 298, Karonda Evalustus Swanu of Namibia 14, Kavekotora Kamboto Mike RDP 8, Kubwa Ambrosius, APP 3131. Likua Zakaria Amos, UNP 8. March Henry Ferdinand, RP 3939. Mikuilongo Epaphras, NEFF 8. Nandi Ndaitwa Swapo Party of Namibia 2026-2026. Shumbwa Erastus, ADM 5. Swartboy Bernardus, LPM 2062-2062. Thomas Festus, Body of Christ, BCP 10. Venani McHenry Mike, PDM 407. I move on to the next one, which is Rehoboth West Urban. In Hartab region, 58 ballot papers have been rejected, 5,729 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 52, Amthenu COD 22, Kaubaib Hendrik UDF 33, Itula Panduleni IPC 2034-2034, Karonda Swanu of Namibia 1313, Kavekotora RDP 28, Kumbwa Ambrosius APP 25, Likua Zakaria Amos UNP 1717, March Henry Ferdinand RP 229, Mukwilongo Epaphras NEFF 1010, Nandi Ndaitwa Swapo 1600, Shumbwa Erastus ADM 9, Swartboy Bernardus LPM 1010, Thomas Festus BCP 27, McHenry Venani PDM 620. The next constituency is Samora Machel in Khomas region. 246 ballot papers have been rejected. 21,308 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 441, Amthenu COD 9, Kaubaib Hendrik UDF 129, Itula Panduleni IPC 8,273, 8273, Karonda Swanu of Namibia 146, Kavekotora RDP 3030, Kumbwa Ambrosius APP 4040, Likua Amos UNP 22, March Henry Ferdinand RP 19, Mukwilongo NEFF 63, Nandi Ndaitwa Swapo Party of Namibia 10,077, 10,077, Shumbwa Erastus ADM 22, Bernardus Swartboy LPM 1275, 1,275, Thomas Festus BCP 86, Venani PDM 676. I move on to Katutura Central in Khomas region. Still the presidential results. 70 ballot papers have been rejected. 9,111 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 154, Amuthenu COD 12, Kaubaib UDF 113, 113, Itula IPC 3,367, Karonda Swanu 411, Kavekotora RDP 5353, Kumbwa Ambrosius APP 11, Likua Zakaria UNP 5, March RP 30, Mukwilongo NEFF 17, Ndaitwa Swapo 2,331, Shumbwa Erastus ADM 7, Swart Boy LPM 947, Thomas Festus 11, Venani PDM 1,642. The next constituency is Kamanyab constituency in Kunene region. 68 ballot papers have been rejected. 3,572 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 24, Amthenu COD 5, Gaobaib UDF 725, Itula IPC 511, Karonda Swanu 1717, Kavekotora RDP 1818, Kumbwa Ambrosius APP 6, Likua Amos UNP 6, March RP 48, Mukwilongo NEFF 12, Ndaitwa Swapo 1,576, Shumbwa ADM 11, Bernardus Swart Boy LPM 186, Thomas Festus BCP 9, Venani 418. I move on to Oshimbinde constituency in Omaheke region. 37 ballot papers have been rejected. 2,565 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 9, Amthenu COD 1, Gaobaib UDF 1, Itula IPC 441, Karonda Swanu 253, Kavekotora RDP 1212, Kumbwa APP 8, Likua Amos UNP 8, March 9, Mukwilongo NEFF 7, Ndaitwa Swapo 1097, Shumbwa ADM 1212, Swart Boy LPM 218, Thomas BCP 9, Venani PDM 480. I move on to Olukonda constituency in Oshikoto region. 80 ballot papers have been rejected. 6,471 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 129, Amthenu COD 1212, Gaobaib UDF 1111, Itula IPC 2,362, 2362, Karonda Swanu 9, Kavekotora RDP 3, Kumbwa APP 5, Likua UNP 1, March RP 2, Mukwilongo NEFF 1212, Ndaitwa Swapo 3,851, 3851, Shumbwa ADM 8, Swart Boy LPM 3, Thomas Festus BCP 2222, Venani PDM 4141. Next is Ngodi constituency in Oshikoto region. 100 ballot papers have been rejected, 7,850 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 7070, Amthenu COD 3, Kaubaib UDF 4, Itula IPC 1287, 1287, Karonda Swanu 4, Kabekotora RDP 1, Kumbwa APP 4, Likua UNP 2, March RP 0, Mukwilongo NEFF 18, Ndaitwa Swapo 6,363, 6363. Shumbwa ADM 1313, Swartboy LPM 5, Thomas Festus BCP 5656, Banani PDM 2020. Next is Tsumkwe constituency in Ocholonjupa region. 100 ballot papers have been rejected, 3,993 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 2121, Amthenu Vaino COD 9, Kaupab UDF 1919, Itula IPC 480, 480, Karonda Swanu 485, 485, Kavekotora RDP 2020, Kumbwa APP 1717, Likua Amos UNP 5, March Ferdinand RP 159, 159, Mukwilongo NEFF 1313, Ndaitwa Swapo 2305, 2305, Shumbwa ADM 6, Swartboy LPM 184, 184, Thomas Festus BCP 0, Venani PDM 270. Linyanti constituency in Zambezi region. 36 ballot papers have been rejected, 3,161 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Ampanda AR 2727, Amthenu COD 3, Kaubaib UDF 2, Itula IPC 804, 804, Karonda Swanu 2, Kavekotora RDP 13, Kumbwa APP 2, Likua UNP 6, March RP 159, 159, Mukwilongo NEFF 6, Ndaitwa Swapo 1822, 1822, Shumbwa ADM 5, Swartboy LPM 2424, Thomas Festus BCP 1, Venani PDM 285, 285. This is the last presidential results for this evening. We now move on to the National Assembly. Is this mine or yours? Okay. You can just close it. National Assembly, here with the official results as declared by the returning officer of Aranda's constituency in Erongo region. 72 ballot papers have been rejected. 8,362 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Action Democratic Movement ADM 24, AR 802-802, APP 3434, BCP 3232, CDV 1111, COD 9, IPC 2653, 2653, LPM 610, 610, NEFF 203, 203, NDP 34, NEFC 14, NPF 2, NUDO 2828, PDM 448, 448, RDP 1717, RP 286, 286, SWANU 2828, SWAPO 2515, 2515, UDF 561, 561, UNP 24, UPM 27. Rehoboth West Urban Constituency in Hartap Region. 74 ballot papers have been rejected. 5,655 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 8, AR 136, 136, APP 29, 29, BCP 10, CDV 8, COD 12, IPC 1533, 1533, LPM 1159, 1159, NEFF 23, NDP 12, NEFC 2, NPF 21, NUDO 22, PDM 577, 577, RDP 23, RP 220, 220, SWANU 9, SWAPO 1370, 1370, UDF 23, UNP 11, UPM 447, 447. Rundu Rural Constituency in Kavango East Region. 117 ballot papers have been rejected. 4,280 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 3333, AR 129, 129, APP 262, 262, BCP 35, CDV 4, COD 6, IPC 487, 487, LPM 4141, NEFF 37, NDP 1515, NEFC 5, NPF 6, NUDO 12, PDM 263, 263, RDP 11, RP 1414, SWANU 20, SWAPO 2770, 2770, UDF 16, UNP 109, 109, UPM 5. Katutura Central Constituency in Khomas Region. 60 ballot papers have been rejected. 9,117 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 10, AR 540, 540, APP 32, BCP 22, CDV 23, COD 10, IPC 1640, 1640, LPM 1171, 1171, NEFF 87, NDP 25, NEFC 5, NPF 10, NUDO 598, 598, PDM 2147, 2147, PDM 2147, 2147, RDP 73, RP 37, SWANU 682, 682, SWAPO 1789, 1789, UDF 198, 198, UNP 4, UPM 1414. Kamanyap constituency in Kunene region, 78 ballot papers have been rejected, 3,562 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 11, AR 75, APP 7, BCP 14, that's 14, CDV 24, COD 5, IPC 365, 365, LPM 183, NEFF 1515, NDP 7, NEFC 5, NPF 4, NUDO 1616, PDM 424, 424, RDP 20, RP 76, SWANU 21, SWAPO 1454, UDF 817, 817, UNP 7, UPM 12. Oshikunde constituency in Ohangwena region, 78 ballot papers have been rejected, 7,186 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 6, AR 194, 194, APP 0, BCP 104, 104, CDV 3, COD 3, IPC 556, 556, LPM 6, NEFF 26, NDP 4, NEFC 12, NPF 1, NUDO 7, PDM 37, RDP 19, RP 7, SWANU 1616, SWAPO 6171, 6171, UDF 12, UNP 1, UPM 1. Ndola constituency in Ohangwena region, 128 ballot papers have been rejected, 12,532 votes have been recorded, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 34, AR 980, 980, APP 1818, BCP 117, 117, CDV 15, COD 16, IPC 2399, 2399, LPM 7, NEFF 135, NDP 3, NEFC 5252, NPF 7, Nudo 7, PDM 131,131, RDP 30, RP 8, Swanu 3333, SWAPO 8,523, 8523, UDF 9, UNP 2, UPM 6. Ongenga constituency in Ohangwena region, 245 ballot papers have been rejected, 9,942 votes have been recorded, have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 1212, AR 492,492, APP 2, BCP 47, CDV 6, COD 4040, IPC 1675, 1675, LPM 6, NEFF 6161, NDP 6, NEFC 4747, NPF 7, NUDO 8, PDM 9090, RDP 1919, RP 6, SWANU 20, SWAPO 7382, 7,382, UDF 9, UNP 3, UPM 4. We move on to Oshombinde constituency in Omaheke region. 47 ballot papers have been rejected, 2,551 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 7, AR 23, APP 2, BCP 7, CDV 7, COD 8, IPC 235, 235, IPC 235, 235, LPM 256, 256, NEFF 8, NDP 6, NEFC 3, NPF 3, NUDO 158, 158, PDM 462, 462, RDP 11, RP 15, SWANU 355, 355, SWAPO 962, UDF 16, UNP 2, UPM 5. I move on to Okankolo constituency in Oshikoto region. '83 ballot papers have been rejected, 6,236 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 4, AR 253, 253, APP 2, BCP 134, 134, CDV 4, COD 4, IPC 898, 898, LPM 5, NEFF 9, NDP 4, NEFC 2828, NPF 2, NUDO 8, PDM 29, RDP 7, RP 2, SWANU 1515, SWAPO 4808, 4808, UDF 1414, UNP 2, UPM 1. Engodi constituency in Oshikoto region. 121 ballot papers have been rejected, 7,804 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 7, AR 235, 235, APP 6, PCP 9191, CDV 3, COD 4, IPC 1171, 1171, LPM 3, NEFF 27, NDP 6, NEFC 30, NPF 8, NUDO 8, PDM 39, RDP 6, RP 3, SWANU 1515, SWAPO 6112, 6112, UDF 1919, UNP 8, UPM 3. Olukonda constituency in Oshikoto region. 77 ballot papers have been rejected, 6,387 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 1515, AR 584, 584, APP 5, BCP 67, CDV 2, COD 21, IPC 1981, 1981, LPM 1515, NEFF 4444, NDP 2, NEFC 47, NPF 2, NUDO 4, PDM 64, RDP 4, RP 1, SWANU 12, SWAPO 3,499, 3499, UDF 1616, UNP 0, UPM 2. Tsumkwe constituency in Ochodonjupa region. 81 ballot papers have been rejected, 3,940 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 7, AR 62, APP 22, BCP 2, CDV 11, COD 2, IPC 310, LPM 197, 197, NEFF 13, NDP 20, NEFC 7, NPF 3, NUDO 53, PDM 284, 284, RDP 20, RP 158, SWANU 550, 550, SWAPO 2180, 2180, UDF 25, UNP 8, UPM 6. Otavi constituency in the Ochodonjupa region, 194 ballot papers have been rejected, 7,483 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. Sorry. ADM 21, AR 539, 539, APP 71, BCP 35, CDV 18, COD 26, IPC 1462, 1462, LPM 641, 641, NEFF 104, NDP 44, NEFC 38, NPF 1313, NUDO 72, PDM 350, 350, RDP 29, RP 141, 141, SWANU 42, SWAPO 3620, 3620. UDF 155, 155, UNP 45, UPM 1717. Linyanti constituency in the Ozambezi region. 49 ballot papers have been rejected. 3,145 votes have been counted, and that the votes counted have been recorded for. ADM 3, AR 42, APP 2, PCP 2, CDV 1, COD 10, IPC 508, 508, LPM 25, NEFF 8, NDP 584, 584, NEFC 1, NPF 25, NUDO 5, PDM 196, 196, RDP 15, RP 147, 147, SWANU 8, SWAPO 1550, 1550, UDF 5, UNP 3, UPM 5. This is the last results to be announced this evening for the National Assembly. The rest of the results will be announced tomorrow as we are clearing them. Thank you. We've come to the end of this evening's announcement. Good night. Oh, you have questions? Do you have questions? Okay, please proceed. With the questions, it's been a long day, it's been a long night. Yes, Esther?
Yes, good evening. Esther Mbathera from the Windhoek Observer. My question is not necessarily related to the results, but is with regards to the handling of the ballot papers as they have been transported back to wherever they need to be stored. Because we have received reports of a ballot box that was exchanged at Vika service station in the afternoon in Windhoek today. So I just wanted to understand, what are the procedures when handling the ballot papers? Are they supposed to be escorted by police, or is it just civilians, the driver and maybe the returning officer? That's the question I have.
Thank you for the question. Okay. All right. Next question.
Welcome back. You are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. And that was a rebroadcast of the first official election results announcement that took place yesterday from the ECN. Now, today's discussion centers on the vital role of the media in upholding electoral integrity during the 2024 Namibian presidential elections. We aim to examine the key responsibility of journalists in delivering accurate, impartial, and transparent reporting amidst the diverse political, social, and economic landscape of Namibia. Joining us right now is Professor Admire Mare, a renowned journalism professor from the University of Johannesburg, who will basically be shedding light on how the media can navigate the complexities of election coverage while maintaining integrity and fostering public trust. Professor Mare, good morning, and thank you so much for making time to talk to us. Professor Mare, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, but can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for joining us. Can you just talk to us about some of the fundamental principle journalists that should adhere to in ensuring fair and balanced election reporting?
Thank you so much for that brilliant question. So one thing that is very important for any journalist is to make sure that there is fair and accurate coverage of elections, and also making sure that all the participants also get equal coverage of these elections that are ongoing. But also importantly, it's also important that journalists act as fact checkers, because we are seeing a lot of misinformation being circulated in different kinds of spaces. So it's always very important for journalists to be always act as fact checkers, but also to debunk any misinformation that comes into the public domain during the electoral period.
Yes. Professor, how can reporters navigate challenges such as misinformation and disinformation? Like you just mentioned, it is important to fact check, especially when doing election coverage.
I think one of the most important things is to make sure that you rely on authentic sources. So, for example, right now, the ECN is the authentic source of information that is credible about what is happening, but also to rely on what is happening on the ground and talking to people that are actually conducting these elections in different districts and also different provinces. It's also very important that journalists also rely on observer missions that are also covering these elections. But also, it's also very important for journalists not to just post and share information without verifying with sources.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor. But in your view, how can the media balance its role as impartial observers while also holding political leaders accountable?
That's a very interesting and very important question, of course. One thing that I would say is that journalists, first and foremost, need to make sure that whatever they are covering, whatever they are publishing, is being done in the public interest. And that means that they should not allow their own bias to creep in. And oftentimes what we have often seen is that journalists sides or certain political parties that they are sympathetic to. And that often makes it very difficult for them to do their work. So it's very important during this time that journalists and also media houses become impartial arbiters of the electoral process. And that means that they need to make sure that every time when they are covering these particular elections, they are bringing different voices to the table. So, for example, when you are writing about the ongoing challenges that we are seeing in terms of the voting delays, but also the challenges that the Electoral Commission is faced during this particular period, it's always very important for people, but also journalists, to make sure that they bring different stakeholders into the picture. So you bring different political parties, you bring the observer missions, but you also bring the voter, because ultimately elections are about the voter. It's the voter who is supreme, it's the voter who is the king and queen of this particular electoral process. So it's always very important that journalists bring these various electoral stakeholders into the picture, so that when they cover these particular elections, they allow different voices to be given a platform to speak, but also to be heard. Because also what we have not heard in the last few days when the elections have been extended is what the ordinary person feels about this extension. What do they feel about what has happened? What can be done going forward to make sure that the electoral process becomes smoother, credible, but also fairer to everyone who is involved?
All right. But what would you say are some of the strategies that the journalists need to use, perhaps like you mentioned, including the voter's voice, specifically when it comes to the marginalized voices? How do you think journalists should go about representing them when it comes to them writing their stories and also just telling it as it is?
So it's very important from where I sit that journalists not only give the microphone to the marginalized, but also through their voices, making sure that ordinary people become news sources. Oftentimes, what we have seen with this new coverage that is ongoing right now, most of the coverage has tended to be elite-centric, which means that elite voices, politicians, ECN officials, observer missions are the ones that are being given more voices to speak about these elections. But the ordinary person, your grandmother, my grandfather, who is down in the north there, who is in Katima Mlilo, is not being given that same voice, is not being given the same privilege to speak about the concerns that they have seen, to speak about their aspirations about the incoming president, the incoming party that is going to be the one that will be running the government affairs. So we really need to make sure that as journalists, we are very deliberate in terms of our news sources. Would we consider to be a credible news source? Would we consider not to be credible news source? But over and above that, we also need to ensure that in terms of going around in communities, we need to go to communities that we don't often go to, especially during this time of the year. So it's not just talking about what is happening in Windhoek. It's not about talking about what is happening in, for example, in Walvis Bay or in Swakopmund, but it's about also bringing other low-lying areas that you rarely hear about. So, for example, how do we hear about people in Gobabis, for example? How do we hear about people that are deep down in Chivarongo right now? How do we know about these people that are in the Kavango region right now? What are their thoughts about what's going on? So we really need to make sure that we center their voices, we mainstream their voices, so that we speak from the position of the people that are often not given the voice in these particular spaces.
Most definitely. And I think in order for one to get the public's voices, the journalists need to basically build public trust with their reporting. But how can that be done specifically during this time of this period of that is politically charged, specifically the elections?
Indeed, this is a very politically charged environment that we find ourselves in, especially the fact that the elections already, from where we sit, you can already see some opposition parties are saying they are not going to accept the results even when before the election period is over. So already I think that's a very political charged environment that we find ourselves. But as I've already pointed out, journalists as neutral observers, also journalists as neutral arbiters of these particular processes, they should continue to make sure that they don't align with any political party. They give all these political parties a voice to ventilate, to speak about what they feel could have been done better, what could happen, what should happen. I think that is very important. But also making sure that we don't just pander to grandstanding, because oftentimes during this particular time, politicians tend to pander to the gallery. So essentially they try to mobilize, to whip up public emotions so that people can actually do things that are not really for the good and the benefit of the society. So it's also very important when journalists are doing that, that they should also make sure that they are also not escalating the situation or making sure that people are riled up to take up to the streets, for example. So it's always very important that journalists balance that ability to tell the truth and give a voice to the voiceless, but also at the same time making sure that they don't allow things to become much more charged than it is already.
All right. Now, seeing that the Fourth Estate basically plays an important role, seeing that they are the ones that give the information to the public and basically to everyone, in what ways can the media contribute to post-election reconciliation and unity, specifically when it comes to diverse and divided political environments?
Indeed, I think the media is going to be a very important pillar of our democracy going forward. I think what we are already seeing in some instances, the way the election has been covered somehow it whips up the us versus them kind of dichotomy, and we in journalism studies often call that type of journalism war journalism, where you pretty much want to pit different political parties as us versus them. I think one and most important thing is to note that we are all Namibians, and we all want a Namibian that is functional for all of us, for our kids, for our posterity. We need a functional Namibia. So Namibia is the most important thing over and above all these political bickerings that are happening. So from a journalist standpoint, I think what we need to begin to see going forward, especially right now where we are, is more of what we call conflict-sensitive journalism, where you are pretty much trying to show that dialogue is important, cool heads are important at this point in time, understanding that, yes, there could have been challenges in terms of administering these elections, but I don't think that we can throw the babe with the bathwater. The elections have been pretty much fair, credible, and has been done in a peaceful manner, and I think we need to applaud the people of Namibia for doing that, and I think the media should be doing that. Applaud people that have remained resolute, resilient, continue to go back to the polls even after the extension. Some people are still going to queue for a longer period of time. So I think those are stories that we need to show, stories of resilience, stories of a society that is going to find each other despite all these challenges that we are seeing as we try to resolve these electoral issues that have happened in the last few days. So I think going into the future, the media is going to play that reconciliatory role, but the media is also going to be that bridge that is going to bring these contesting political parties together so that they can see that there is a bigger cause. The Namibian House is more important than individuals. Individuals come and go, but the Namibian House will remain, and I think that is more important than everything that we can talk about.
All right. Professor Mara, perhaps before we let you go, what is your message to the media houses as well as to the journalists when it comes to navigating the complexities of election coverage while maintaining integrity and also just fostering public trust?
Certainly, I think the media has a role to play, and journalists do have a very important role to play. What I would just want to urge journalists is that to remain resolute, remain steadfast in terms of pursuing the truth, tell the truth at whatever cost it may take, but always make sure that you don't end up nuancing the elections. And I think what we've tended to see now is that some journalists are now doing what we call nuancing the election results. So, for example, if you have got your certain kinds of political party that you are aligned to, you tend to post only, results that are coming from polling stations that support your political party. But when your political party is not doing well in other polling stations, you don't do that. So I think it's very important to make sure that if journalists are going to report from things that are happening from polling stations, they should rely on credible information that has been allowed and publicized by the ECN. Anything that has not yet been signed off, stamped by ECN, is not credible. And I think we are beginning to see a lot of misinformation around the election results. Sometimes some results being over-reported as if they are high, sometimes under-reported as if they are low for certain political parties. So I think that creates a very tenuous situation, especially when other people are still continuously going to vote. So I think there is need for cool heads, there is need for objectivity, but also above and everything, ethics. The ethics of journalism dictate that conflict of interest must be avoided. Accuracy is important, honest, making sure that you always cross-check with the relevant authorities if you are not sure, and also making sure that you are always on the ball, making sure that you are tracking the story. The election story is an evolving story, it's a developing story. You need to track it in its various manifestations without just focusing on what is happening at the command center or the ECN headquarters where the election results are. But there are still other things that are happening outside of that particular platform. Yes, that it could be a platform, but you need to go beyond that particular platform to tell us the story in its full manifestation. So I will urge all the journalists to continue to do what they've been doing, but I also warn those journalists that have also started to take a very unfortunate role where they are pretty much nuancing the election results, to desist from doing that, because it can only escalate the situation, but it also does not help us in terms of building the democracy that we want for us, but also for our children in the future. Thank you.
Now, Professor, from what you just said, how can the media use digital platforms responsibly in order to enhance transparency and inclusivity when it comes to election coverage?
Indeed, digital journalism and digital media platforms are a crucial, important platform that we can be used by journalists to enhance their reporting, to make sure that there is timeous distribution of results to polling, to people that are in different particular parties. But the problem with digital platforms is that oftentimes there can be a lot of misinformation. There could be a lot of things that can happen. Like right now, what we are seeing with AI. Results can easily be manipulated using deepfakes. Results can be manipulated using Photoshop. So that is something that we really also need to be watching, because that can easily also make our work very difficult. So it's very important to use digital media more responsibly, more securely, and more safely, but also making sure that we guard against the risk that comes with using these platforms, because, as you know, it's always easy to have identity theft on this particular platform. Somebody can start a platform on X, and then they say they are this particular journalist or this particular media house. And we have seen some media houses that have just popped up online, especially in Namibia, especially on X, towards these elections, that were not there. All of a sudden, these particular platforms are spreading, in some instances, misinformation, but also very concerning stories about what has been happening. Yes, we know that there are cases where ballot boxes have been picked up in other areas, but I think the way it is being reported in some of these platforms leaves a lot to be desired. Sometimes it's sensationalism, sometimes it's more of tabloidization of content. Instead of reporting things that are in the public domain, we are literally looking for clicks, we are looking for views, which is not good for our democracy going forward.
All right. But what would you say are some of the lessons that Namibia can learn from other countries where the media has effectively safeguarded electoral integrity?
Unfortunately, I can't hear you. I'm still speaking. Sorry.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, Professor, pardon me. I'm asking, what are some of the lessons that Namibia can learn from other countries where the media has effectively safeguarded electoral integrity?
I think there's a lot that Namibia can learn from, especially South Africa, which recently went to their polls in May. I think there was a lot that was done by the media here in South Africa, not only to make sure that they have what they were calling rollout coverage of elections, but also just having a dashboard of elections on websites. So, for example, different media houses in South Africa during the elections, you could just go there and see the dashboard. Of course, the dashboard was also there in Midrand, but they also media houses had their own electronic real-time dashboard where you could see results for different political parties, but also different provinces. So I think that is something that the media can learn and do. But also going forward, I think we need to see more coverage of the policies, the manifestos themselves. What we tended to see in the build-up of these elections in Namibia was a focus on personalities, a focus on celebrity politicians at the expense of the policies. We need to understand these political parties, these politicians, from their perspective of their policies. What do they stand for? What are their values? What are their ideologies? What do they want to bring to Namibia? So I think that going forward needs to be more mainstreamed, more strategic in terms of their communications. But over and above that, I think they can also learn a lot in terms of fact-checking news. I think there is need for a Namibia fact-checker working with different media houses to be more proactive. And I think the ECN also has got a role to play. They should make sure that they domesticate and localize the guidelines on the use of social media during elections. I think they can do that in partnership with media houses, but also with other important players like social media influencers, like podcasts that are increasingly becoming important in the media ecosystem. So it's an approach whereby you have got multiple stakeholders coming to the picture, trying to make sure that you give us credible, truthful, and relevant information related to the elections that are before us. So it's always very important to do that. So there are many stakeholders that are also very important, but also even politicians. They should also play a very important role by being proactive disseminators, but also disclosures of information in their various platforms, so that we can hear from the horse's mouth what do they stand for, what do they want to, what are they promising the people of Namibia, and what are they going to do when they are voted in power. And I think that is what we're missing in these previous elections.
All right. Well, Professor Mare, thank you so much for joining us this morning and for talking to us.
Thank you so much, and have a good one.
Likewise. That was Professor Admaya Mare, who is a journalism professor at the University of Johannesburg, just shedding light on how the media can navigate the complexities of election coverage while also maintaining integrity and fostering public trust. More conversations coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back as we continue off with the conversations, and as Namibia anticipates the outcome of the 2024 election, the country stands at a crucial juncture. This election has the potential to reshape not only the political landscape, but also the direction of governance, policy, and economic strategies in Namibia. Today, we will delve into what the election results could mean for the future of Namibia, exploring the implications for political parties, power dynamics, and the promises made during the campaigns. We will also examine how the new leadership will address the challenges that lie ahead and navigate the expectations of the Namibian people. And for that conversation, we are joined, that is, by John Colin Namene, who is a journalist at the Namibian newspaper, as well as at Desert Radio. John Colin, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Very good morning to you, Ndapewa, as well as to the entire nation. Thanks a lot for having me.
All right. How do you see the 2024 elections reshaping Namibia's political landscape in terms of party dynamics as well as alliances?
Well, Ndapewa, we have already seen that after the elections on day one, a few political parties, opposition political parties, have decided to gather together, mobilize together, and sign a pact of some sort to declare the elections null and void. That shows that there is a will of some sort, a political will of some sort to work together. But also, if the past is anything to go by, we have seen opposition parties finding it very difficult to get together in terms of agreeing on policies and directives for the people. If you look at what's been happening in local authorities, not only in Windhoek, but across the country. So it is rather interesting to see that these particular elections have now forced political parties to, at the very least, sit down and have conversations with each other. We're not quite sure whether at all if the results do force the SWAPO party perhaps to go into a coalition of some sort. Sure, our constitution doesn't really provide or make provision for a constitution, but in terms of the composition of cabinet, that has to be members from the National Assembly. And if it is that the SWAPO party, if they do win it all, do not have a majority, and the cabinet has to be comprised of members of parliament, and that has to be with members from the opposition, then it is going to be interesting to see how that conversation does go, like whether the SWAPO party will then submit to having to pick members from other parties. So in terms of forming alliances, we've seen the conversations happening, but we also haven't seen a clear directive, especially from the opposition parties, on where they stand. Yesterday we had at least 3 different political parties having their press conferences as well. Nothing much came out of that in terms of whether they are moving forward or not as a collective. So in terms of alliances, it's probably still too early to tell. The will is there, but whether it's going to be effective, our history hasn't shown that, has it?
All right. I mean, John Cullen, election results are still trickling in, but what would you think are some of the key factors that influence voter behavior in these elections, and also how might they impact the results?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory if you look at what's been happening on election day itself. The issue of the insufficient ballot papers really got most Namibians, if not all, irritated with how that resulted into queues having been extended, longer hours at polling stations, and the fact that people had to stand there for quite a long time and not even have facilities to assist them in terms of ablution facilities and various other facilities definitely frustrated Namibians. The machines as well, the verification machines being faulty as well, also frustrated Namibians. And the lack of communication from the Electoral Commission of Namibia as well added to that frustration. And all of that to have a press conference or two a day later, a few hours later, and not being given a clear direction until the ECN then decided to, or through the president, decided to extend the voting to 2 extra days, that being on the 30th, which was yesterday, as well as on the 29th, which was Friday. Right. So frustration definitely is a key word there. How it's going to impact results. There was a conversation going around that as the results are trickling in and as voters are looking at the results, it might probably impact their decision at the polls. But that can only be told by the voters themselves. It is a possibility, though.
All right. How prepared do you think Namibia's political parties are with working towards national unity after elections?
It takes me back to that first question, Ndapewa. It seems that there is a will, right, by political parties to work together in unison to do what's best as possible for the Namibian nation. But the question is that practically possible, right? It's all well to theorize unity. It's all well to preach the unity rhetoric, but can you actually do it on the ground? I say that particularly because on Thursday after election day, after November 27th, political parties had at least 4 meetings, opposition political parties that is, had at least 4 meetings amongst themselves to discuss a way forward on how they are going to get the elections declared null and void. Are they going to get into discussion with the ECN? Are they going to challenge us at the court? We saw the IPC writing a letter to the ECN saying that they might just actually go challenge this. But as a collective, they haven't really come out and have a decision. And you've had at least 3 days of conversations between the political parties. So in terms of fostering unity, yes, the will is there, the conversation is there. But is it happening on the ground? Can we perhaps attribute it to egos at the table? Because we've seen mostly secretary generals, party representatives having the meetings. But in terms of the leaders themselves, the political leaders, that perhaps might be where there will be a difference in ideology, a difference in practice, a difference in who, for instance, speaks on behalf of the pact itself. So it's a nice in theory, yes, and they have theorized it. They have said it all the time, but whether it's practical or not, again, I'm not so sure.
All right. John Cullen, what major policy shifts can we expect from the new leadership, regardless of the winning party?
Everyone has been talking around the issue of unemployment, especially youth unemployment, as well as the issue of education and reforming our economy. Now, those 3 points are all interlinked, especially if we look at the issue of education. We've had various political parties in the manifesto speak about that, but as has been the critique against these manifestos, it seems that there isn't much detail as to how they are going to do it. We've seen the SWAPO party speak on the issue of reviewing operations around NASFAF, reviewing the curriculum, reviewing requirements for accredited education training institutions, upgrading school infrastructure, and that has also been the pointers that every other political party has pointed out. But perhaps the real question and challenge for political parties in terms of their policy ideas would be how to marry the unemployment issue with education, and also bringing big business and the private sector, which obviously relates to creating jobs. Can you have a conversation around how institutions are designed, how their curriculums are designed, and what the private sector and or the workforce is providing, the opportunities they have, the skill that they require, the skill that they need. So that will probably have to be the key focus areas that political parties have to focus on, whoever wins and whichever government that we get post-elections. But also it's going to be quite interesting to see how we tackle this energy shift that we're going into from the new government that will probably be sworn into power come 2025. We are looking at policy frameworks right now. Those discussions are happening under the current administration, but it will be interesting to see just how much is put into actually implementing this policy frameworks and what they will look like for a new Namibia, for lack of better words.
Yeah. Now, in your view, will campaign promises translate into actionable governance?
Namibians have been asking that question for over 34 years in Dapewa, so I'm not so sure whether we've received those answers yet. Campaign promises, again, are good in theory. They will sound nice. But whether it's actually practical or not is a different conversation altogether. If you look at political parties and what they've been able to do at a local authority level, it's been quite limited. Although that has been in the manifestos and the campaign promises, but then they'll always argue the issue of the centralized government not giving them enough resources to implement their promises, and that has also been one of the issues that one of the political parties have raised. They were asked, what happens when you go into power? Will you change A, B, C, and D? And they say that, well, we don't know what the state coffers look like. We don't know how far our power stretched based on the resources that might be there. So I think the key factors that they'll have to look at is access to resources and as well as time. Can you implement the promises that you have made to people in 5 years? Does it take longer? If so, is there something in place to make sure that the new government after those 5 years can also then continue your trend of work? So the two factors for that, I think, are resources and time, and also political will. It takes political will, right? We've seen what happens in Parliament, for instance. Certain bills have been rushed through Parliament. Some haven't even been debated properly, yet they are accentuated by the president. Others, though, have been in Parliament for at least over 2 administrations. So political will, access to resources and times are critical in that question, Dapewa.
All right. Now, John Colin, do you think these elections mark a turning point in Namibia's democracy? Depending on your answer, why do you think so?
Absolutely. It's number one, it's 34 years after independence. And if we just personify that a bit, if you're 34 years, you're an adult, right? You don't rely on mom and dad anymore. You are responsible for every action, for every promise that you make, for every word that comes out of your mouth. So I think we can now classify ourselves as a maturing democracy, and a democracy that is sort of, fit into its characteristics. But also we have seen so much happen in terms of new political parties coming to the fore, right? It almost shows that Namibia might just be ready for a multi-party future, for lack of better words. The fact that there's so many other political parties contesting for these elections, and they do have support. I mean, they've been registered, meaning they do have support, shows that Namibia could possibly be ready for that. But also, dynamics have changed, man. The generation that is now involved in, at the very least, entry-level politics is not the generation that was around 30-plus years ago, even 40-plus years ago. These are people that have no link or any memory of what happened over the past or the past 34 years. These are people that are very futuristic, are more focused on what the next 5 days look like, what the next 10 years look like, as opposed to how we got here as a nation. So there's definitely a significant shift, and these elections are probably the turning point in our young democracy.
All right. What steps do you think youth leadership should take just to strengthen democratic institutions as well as processes in Namibia?
Dialogue. And that's probably what you've seen amongst what people, are calling for. If you look at social media, and really you can't take social media as Bible. It's a fraction of what people believe out there. But most conversations people have had, especially on social media, is that it would be nice to have a parliament that's really not ruled by a certain political party. And that probably speaks to people believing that dialogue strengthens processes, systems, and institutions, because then you have different ideas, and then they can be debated vehemently, and then they can be scrutinized as much as possible. And only then will you truly have, number one, a democratic sort of system that provides a basis of these frameworks, of these structures. But then also it's highly tested, right? It's highly scrutinized, and that for me I think is the best way to set anything up, whatever you're looking at.
All right. John Cullen, thank you so much for making time to talk to us this morning.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right. John Cullen Namene, who is a journalist for the Namibian newspaper as well as Desert Radio, joining us this morning, talking to us about the state of Namibian politics and also what are some of the predicted expectations post-elections. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, we continue off with Namibia Votes 2024. Welcome back as we continue off with the conversations in this special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. Now, in today's digital age, social media and online platforms have become power tools in shaping public opinion, amplifying political campaigns, and influencing voter behavior. During Namibia's 2024 elections, digital media has played an unprecedented role in connecting citizens, promoting transparency, and enabling dialogue. However, it has also brought challenges such as misinformation, polarization, as well as ethical dilemmas in political communication. To explore some of these dynamics, we're now joined by the Executive Director of NMT Media Foundation, that is Zoe Titus, and she's joining us telephonically. Ms. Titus, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and it's absolutely lovely to be with you. Thank you very much for the invitation.
All right. We are also joined by Nikki Muyunda, who's joining us in studio. He is a seasoned multi-journalist, and he'll basically be discussing the role of journalists in navigating digital platforms in order to ensure fair and accurate election coverage. Nikki, good morning.
Good morning, Dapeo. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Ms. Titus, if we can perhaps start with you, kindly just talk to us about how the rise of digital social media platforms has transformed the way elections are covered in Namibia, specifically these elections.
I think before I even respond to your question, we need to sketch some context. Because as Namibians, we have a relationship with technology and the use of technology in our elections. And that's not necessarily a good relationship. I'd like to take you back to our previous elections, 2019. I think you'll recall the Supreme Court's ruling. I think it's around February 2020, yes, when the Supreme Court indicated that should the ECN want to make use of EVMs, those were the electronic voting machines, that they should ensure that these are combined with a verifiable paper trail. And that was related to a court case brought by the 2019 presidential election candidates. I can't recall everyone involved now, but I know Panduleni, Itula, Henk Mudge, the late Shiwameni. I may have overlooked others, who then sued the ECN when they were questioning the legality of using EVMs without a paper trail that can importantly verify every vote cast on the devices. So that is the background to our relationship with digital technologies during elections. Now, 2024, we are back to the paper ballot, and as we have also experienced now, that has come with its own challenges. But you asked a very pertinent question about how social media has influenced or shaped our elections. I think social media and technology generally play a very significant role, even prior to elections, in terms of voter education, disseminating information, and that has been done relatively well. It's especially the ECN and civil society organizations that have made use of social media platforms to spread information about the elections quite substantively, using websites and other technologies. The political parties, based on my assessment, have leveraged digital tools to engage voters. And I think a substantial reason for that was also just generally because of the lack of resources available in terms of just actual money to run campaigns, and that's why they've reverted to social media platforms. And these were, in many instances, used quite effectively to reach a broader demographic, including the youth, and that's an important element. who are often engaged more online.
Right.
In terms of, sorry, this is probably a very long answer, but in terms of the potential of social media, we are seeing that now as we are getting real-time updates. Monitoring and reporting is relatively good, and civil society organizations and other observers have been able to monitor. But we have had to deal, on the negative side, we've had to deal with substantive issues around misinformation and disinformation that has just been amplified by social media. We have the phenomenon of influencers being used on both sides that just muddy the waters and dramatically polarize the environment. So there have been pros and cons to the use of social media during these elections.
All right. Well, Nikki, from what Ms. Titus just said, how do you think digital media has basically influenced the way journalists approach election coverage, specifically these elections that we had?
Okay.
Are having, sorry.
Well, I believe, as a journalist myself, I've been monitoring a lot of social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, as well as Twitter, so X. Yeah, so I've realized that the people are really engaging with, credible journalists. We also had SABC, by the way, to basically interview our politicians and basically the normal citizens. So I realized that, people are actually integrating more into professional journalism, because you can actually see from the past, even just our neighboring countries, there is quite a lot of citizen journalism. So sometimes citizen journalism doesn't really provide enough information, or it doesn't actually provide the accurate information. So fact-checking is now being enabled by actually following credible media houses, credible journalists. So journalists have actually made it so easier for citizens to also just see whether the information is accurate or whether the information is not really accurate, and also just their performance in terms of covering this entire election. Before the elections even, I realized that when we were advocating for people, especially young people, to enroll in terms of voting, they were putting quite a lot of public education, different media houses. NBC was part of it. The Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology was also part of it. The Namibian New Era. So just having different credible media houses, it also instills the trust within normal citizens. And the normal citizens, when they actually believe that, okay, we can actually be advocated for, our voices can be heard, they interact with journalists. And here we are, the turnout for these elections were really immaculate. This is my second time voting. And just comparing this experience with the previous experience, I would say that young people were truly all hands on deck. I went at NAST to vote, and I reached there 8 o'clock in the morning, and I only left at 11 o'clock in the evening. So that's how dedicated young people are. And I believe these things are also channeled because of credible information, credible media houses. And one thing I would also commend media houses in Namibia is that they are also putting in that trust of fact checking. Sometimes people don't really even have to hear or see information from the news. The fact that they are also intertwined with media consumption, they can also see that, okay, maybe certain information is not really accurate, certain information are accurate. So I believe our journalism in Namibia is also advocating for people to actually take democratic issues very seriously. So for me, I'm honestly proud of it.
All right. Now, what challenges did you personally encounter as a journalist while covering the 2024 elections using digital media platforms?
Okay. One thing I would also include in this particular case is that people weren't really willing to be disclosed. I was with Ms. Sophie Mokwena. She was at NAST, and people really find it so hard for them to just speak up, especially when it comes to broadcast. So they would rather be behind the scenes. Yeah, but I believe just the issue of like familiarizing them with, you know, who you are, the media organization you represent, they eventually folded. And also the national NBC also was there, so they were also like just keeping up the information. They were updating us on like elections, the different polls to actually enroll to throughout the country. So for me, I believe that that's another way of like just helping people to also be comfortable and also to just like stay longer. I mean, the entertainment was also there. Trust me, it was not an easy thing. Like people were really tired, but because of patriotism and also just the thrive of like, you know, I also am a young person. I also am a member of this country, and I also need to actually enroll and cast my vote so that my democratic right can be exercised. I think that's what really kept people going. And also just comparing it with the previous elections, I would say that young people were really, I'm going to emphasize this, young people were really collaborating with journalists. I mean, it's not even during this process where we started like voting. It was even before, like, you know, different media houses were basically interviewing young people. Why do you need to vote? Are you going to vote? Some of them were very skeptical. They were like, no, even if I vote, my voice doesn't really matter. But due to public information and also just public education, like, you know, basically enlightening their importance in exercising their democratic rights, it actually helped, and it made people to also be advocates of like voting and advocates of like engaging in this national election. So journalists, it was really top notch this time around. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, Ms. Titus, talk to us about some of the opportunities that digital platforms present for promoting democratic participation and also just transparency during elections.
Well, you see, this is where the challenge comes in. I think we need to be very clear when we are talking about digital platforms or digital media, what exactly we mean. These are digital channels that allow us to share, or users to share and distribute content, and for content creators, for example, to showcase their work. So we are talking about social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, etc. Then, you know, knowledge platforms and media sharing platforms such as YouTube, Spotify. So I think that's important for us to know what we are talking about first, before we start looking at the pros and cons. One of the cons, firstly, is that when we are speaking now and making our assessments of the use of digital platforms or social media, it's not based on actual verified information or based on credible research, because we have no one has done substantive research on how social media platforms or digital platforms have actually influenced our elections. We are speaking about, I mean, reports. We can reflect on reports in the media where we have seen how influencers have used social media platforms, how political parties have used social media platforms, and all of that is to share information and to impact the way people understand and perceive certain issues. But yes, the pros, obviously, I think I've mentioned that before, is the fact that others that would under normal circumstances not have had access to information now do have access to information. That the fact that people are engaging in political discourse on information platforms or information sharing platforms like WhatsApp and other platforms to share and participate in discussions and political dialogue. That is a pro. There are obviously other ways in which we can speak of benefits, and that's related to the way it's the government institutions are using it's a digital media platform. So e-governance, we have seen how, and especially COVID-19 has showed us the impact of digital media platforms for education. And I mean, I don't think I need to convince anyone when I speak about the economic benefits to the use of digital platforms for development in Namibia. So in terms of digital transformation, these things have played a critical role across various sectors. And that transformation is essential for inclusive growth, for enhancing efficiency, for improving services to our population. The broader aspects, of course, is that we still have a deficit in terms of reach and in terms of access. And this is where we start having discussions about the digital divide, because not all Namibians are connected and not all Namibians have access to these platforms and can engage in these discussions.
Nikki, what role do you think multimedia storytelling plays in making election coverage more accessible to the public?
Thank you. Actually, that's a very interesting question, and it's also connected to where Ms. Zoe left off.
Right.
So before I even answer that, I want to bring in the aspect of the digital divide. Not everyone basically has access to the internet. Not everyone basically has access to social media platforms. Remember, these were national elections, so it comprised of different people from different housings, from different backgrounds, with different challenges. So another thing which I also want to tie in with multimedia is that the good thing about multimedia journalism is that you can actually integrate various ways of like reaching people. For instance, if I am to look at people in rural areas, people who do not have access to technology, radio is one of the most efficient source of media they usually consume. And the good thing I love about radio is that it is a two-way form of communication. People can basically, contact the radio stations. They can air out their problems, or they can basically share their input. So that also impacts, multimedia journalism. And in terms of like storytelling, we live in, I'm an enthusiast of digital media. So we live in digital media. There are so many ways to basically communicate to people. There are so many ways to share stories. So even in these elections, basically, I saw different campaigns from various media houses and also the Ministry of Information. I keep on talking about the Ministry of Information because basically they are the champions of like communicating and providing, people with the relevant information, especially during this era of misinformation, because digital media also comes in with a lot of misinformation. So for me, storytelling is really important. We can talk about print journalism, for instance. The middle-aged plus, they are consuming quite a lot of traditional media platforms. Meanwhile, the youth are also like into digital media. Like I've been on X a couple of times, and I've seen how passionate people are about these elections. And for me, it's really like it's a sight to see, basically, because I didn't experience these communications, all these advocacies on social media from the media and basically the normal citizen. So storytelling also enables people to see, to also consume information in a very understandable manner. You can use audiovisual, you can basically use graphic designing. So it's really, all these things are basically for advocating for people to actually see what's happening, what has happened. And one thing I also appreciate is that during these elections, information was basically being posted, especially after voting, like various polls from the Zambezi to the Karas, like people, information has been accessible to different people through social media. People, media houses were enabled to like acquire that information and basically post it. So when they post such information, it allows normal citizens to also see that, okay, this is what's happening, and they also, like, you know, give their opinions, or basically they also repost and they share the public education. So digital storytelling is really important, and I would really commend various media houses, because I believe we tried in terms of like just providing the public with the necessary information, and also just like keeping them up to date basically with everything throughout the national elections.
All right. Ms. Titus, how would you assess digital divide in Namibia, and also how has it impacted electoral participation?
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I didn't get your question.
All right. How would you assess digital divide in Namibia, and also how do you think it has impacted electoral participation?
Okay, I mentioned the digital divide already, stating, I think, very clearly that we have issues around infrastructure, and there's a significant digital divide, and that's on different levels. So to really address the digital divide, we have to ensure that there's equitable access to digital tools for all Namibians, particularly in rural areas. And this is where we require our government to adopt comprehensive strategies. We have a broadband policy, but we require further expansion of broadband, where we are extending infrastructure to rural and underserved areas. And the only way to do that is through public-private partnerships, where we would be looking at initiatives like the installation of fiber optic cables, satellite internet. And I think in that instance, we have to prioritize regions with the lowest connectivity. And then mobile connectivity in general. And this is where our telecommunication providers need to step up to enhance the mobile network coverage, especially in rural areas. I mean, there are areas where we are generally speaking about.
Ms. Titus?
Connected via 2G and 3G nationwide. Electricity access, we are talking about these things, but a fundamental requirement here is electricity, and that's problematic. One of the things when it comes to the digital divide, and I would say this, and it's maybe considered controversial, but data costs in Namibia are high, and that impacts on how people are accessing digital technologies, the internet. We must have lower cost packages, and these costs must be subsidized. I think at this point in time, we should have free public Wi-Fi zones. We have to have school-based programs, efforts to subsidize devices, language, inclusivity. Relevant to a discussion around the digital divide, and I say, as I said, it's a multi-tiered, complex issue.
Ms. Titus?
Yes?
Sorry, the line was cutting there. You please continue.
So one of the things now related, and let's talk about policy, related to the digital divide. We now have an access to information law, which will be operationalized soon. Our access to information law is hopefully will be implemented in the context and on the understanding of universal access to information. And when we speak about universal access to information, you must also speak about universal service obligations. And that is where we also need to be speaking with telecommunications companies, and others to facilitate those universal service requirements. While we're speaking about the digital divide, everything is not just in the hands of government. It requires input by local communities in designing and implementing their own digital initiatives, because there is great potential there. We are not looking at innovation, for example, around cooperatives, supporting the formation of these cooperatives in rural areas. These are the small little things that we can do to ensure that there is greater equity in accessing information. And we have to keep this in mind, that information is more and more online. So if we do not have a strategy in place that is going to tackle this digital divide, many Namibians will be left behind. Many Namibians will be left uninformed, and many more Namibians will not be able to, for example, as in the case of elections, tender an informed ballot.
Nikki, I want to hear from you. How can journalists use digital platforms to amplify the voices of the underrepresented communities, specifically those in the rural areas, during this time of elections?
Yeah, as Ms. Titus actually said, the digital divide is really immense in terms of providing access to information to people, especially in the rural areas. So I believe, especially with these elections, I believe that media houses were supposed to really prioritize, communities, like rural communities all over Namibia that don't really have access to digital media platforms. And another way is through e-governance. I believe MICTs, one of MICT's mandates basically are also to champion e-governance. So e-governance can also really help people to have access to information, but of course that is impossible if people still don't have, basic things such as data, affordable data and Wi-Fi. So I believe journalists were supposed to also prioritize traditional media platforms, because in as much as we are in a digital era, as I alluded before, people still do not have access to these digital media platforms. So I believe traditional media such as print or radio or even television, fortunately other rural areas have electricity, so they can have access to television services such as the NBC. So I believe we were supposed to really prioritize rural areas in terms of where are they really lacking in terms of getting access to information regarding elections, and how can we also meet them halfway. But also the thing is that not everyone in rural areas also are struggling. So I think also providing that collaboration, that humanitarian collaboration of if I have access to information, if I have access to digital technology, can I also not maybe partner up with MICT? Can I also maybe not also provide services for people to also have access to information? So I believe campaigns also are supposed to prioritize. I know for a fact that they did prioritize. Okay, I shouldn't use prioritize. They tried, they tried to also engage with rural areas. But I believe just for future recommendations, it's important to really do an in-depth investigation in terms of the communities that are really suffering, the people that don't really have access to information, to technology, and how can we also integrate our partners, our media houses into providing the relevant information, into also hearing that hearing their sides also, because it's a two-way communication. So in as much as they want to consume media, they also have like opinions. They also have like their own realities. So they also want to share that. So I believe next time we should really prioritize subsidizing, like, you know, the access to information, digital media, and also incorporating traditional media. Traditional media also works in digital, in the digital era. I mean,
Right.
radio have been merged into digital. So let's really prioritize the less privileged.
All right. Well, Nikki, thank you so much for talking to us, and do have a great day.
Thank you so much.
All right. Ms. Titus, thank you too so much for engaging us this morning.
Do I have a moment just for final statements?
Unfortunately, you can have 1 second, 30 seconds.
1 second.
Yes.
Okay. I think I want to applaud Namibian media for the job that it has done to keep Namibians informed during this very critical time in our democracy. I know that it's come at a great cost, substantial cost, and that it's not always been easy for the media to get access to the kind of information that they require. In addition to that, I have a fundamental problem with this concept, accepted concept of citizen journalism, because I don't think that is journalism, that is citizen reporting. Journalists provide, by virtue of their craft, provide verified information as part of the process of collecting and verifying information. That is journalism, and is underscored by a code of ethics. And thirdly, it must also be understood that our journalists have had boots on the ground during it's not a vast country, and they've done exceptionally well at a time when the media is facing a critical financial crisis. And I want to applaud the media and ask all Namibians to support the media to do the job that it is doing and to do it better, because we can demand good journalism.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Ms. Titus. All right. That was the Executive Director of the NMT Media Foundation, Zoe Titus, as well as Nikki Muyunda, who is a multimedia journalist, joining us this morning, talking to us about the role of digital media platforms during Namibia's elections. We now cross over to Studio 1 for the 11 o'clock news highlights. Don't go anywhere.
the other, and that might generate.
Welcome back. You are still watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. Now, yesterday, I was in conversation with the executive producer of Channel Africa at SABC, that is Nixon Katemo, and we spoke on the role of media during elections. Let's take a look at how that conversation went. A pivotal moment in any democracy, how the media reports on candidates, policies and key issues can significantly impact a voter's decision. In this interview, we will explore how the South African Broadcasting Corporation, which is the SABC, is covering Namibia's 2024 elections. And we're also talking about the responsibility of the media when it comes to delivering a fair, impartial, and accurate coverage during this important time in Namibia's political landscape. For that conversation, we are joined by the executive producer at the SABC News, that is Nixon Katemo. Mr. Katemo, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Let me just clarify for the sake of your viewers, that the SABC is abroad. And I'm coming from Channel Africa, which is the international radio division of the SABC. The SABC has got 19 radio stations, and Channel Africa is the international division. So, hence, we are here as a part of the SABC and as the international radio broadcaster to relay the message to the rest of the continent. We broadcast in 5 languages, which is English, French, Portuguese, Silozi, Chinyanja, and then Swahili. And I am the executive producer of Swahili service. Okay. So whenever I'm here, that means the message about elections in Namibia are being relayed to almost 7 countries and over plus 150 million people that are Swahili speakers in the East African region and the Central African region.
Amazing.
So that is part of the SABC core mandate in terms of the African continent. But Channel Africa's radio stations as part of the SABC being the voice of the African Renaissance, giving our news from an African perspective. But SABC also, as a broader radio and television of the South African Broadcasting Corporations, have also other entities such as the SABC News, which is the SABC, the core channel for the news. Then you have SABC 1, SABC 2, SABC 3, and then you have SABC Sports as well as other 19 radio stations.
It's giving NBC basically.
Yes.
Well, but thank you so much for joining us this morning, and welcome to Namibia.
Thank you.
All right. South Africa recently held its election. Perhaps before we get to Namibia's elections, let's just talk about, South Africa's elections. Just talk to us about the role that the SABC played in shaping the voters' perception and also just informing the public.
Yeah, well, the role of the SABC was crucial in dispersing its mandate of informing, entertaining, but also making sure that the populations in the countries are informed as well as the continent at large. And therefore, as an organization, the SABC organized different dialogue and discussions with stakeholders from both political parties to give them a chance to outline their policies to the country, and therefore the voters can be able to make informed choice on what they are going to vote going to the ballot. And we do it as a SABC, as a Channel Africa News as well, to impart knowledge to our listeners and our viewers in terms of our broadcasting regulations, and also being impartial without taking side of any political parties.
All right. So how did the SABC navigate some of the challenges of providing comprehensive election coverage while also maintaining neutrality, especially when covering controversial topics or candidates?
The most important is to stick to the core mandate of the SABC, but also to make sure that core mandate that does not entertain any political leaning to a certain political parties. So you give the news, you provide information to the people based on what is true and fair, that does not seek to incite any or favor any candidate. And that has been our position as an organization, as a station, as well as Channel Africa, to make sure that the news that we cover are accurate. And this sometimes political parties can come and say, but you favor so and so. But you have to look at also the broader coverage of the political party. For example, the membership. Sometimes other political party will be less or smaller than other, as they might not necessarily have the same airtime on TV or on radio in as much as a bigger political party. So you will always have those challenges, a political party saying that you favor this or you favor that. But our position as an organization is always to cover news in an impartial manner.
All right. Now, with the rise of digital media, how does the SABC adapt its traditional broadcasting model in order just to stay relevant in an era of social media as well as online news consumption, especially during the time of elections?
Let me mention that the SABC has a number of platforms that are seeking towards gearing a digital transformation. We have an SABC app, which is SABC Plus, that covers all the 19 radio stations as well as all the TV channel of the SABC. So you are able to get into that, including Channel Africa, where I am. But on top of that, we have also a YouTube channel as well as other social media platforms that you, such as your X, formerly Twitter, and this helps in gauging and giving accurate information out there to listen, because people in the social media space can easily twist the information. So it's up to the news producers and the news makers to make sure that there is a verification of facts before the issues are broadcasted. Otherwise, if you don't verify and just go along the mood of what is happening on the social medias, then you might end up in giving inaccurate information, whereas it is always important to make sure that there is a verification of facts before anything is put out on a digital platform.
All right. Just talk to us about how the SABC, perhaps from the Silozi side, how you are covering Namibia's 2024 elections.
Well, unfortunately for Silozi, I know the Silozi language services was there previously. It has been closed for the past 4 years. But from the Kiswahili perspective and the French or Chinyanja perspective, we go to the people and get those informations from ordinary Namibian in the terms of these particular elections, how they feel, what is the expectation from any incoming government in terms of whoever they are going to vote, what has been the issue in the community that motivated them to go and vote, and what do they seek to see in the future. And those are some of the aspects that we are covering, to hear from the horse's mouth. It's not up to us to decide what the election in Namibia or the conduct of the people, how they are going to cast their ballot, but rather give a voice to the people to just express themselves. And this is the message that we have been relaying to our listeners and to our viewers back at home. And you would have seen that prior to these elections, there was an interview conducted by one of the opposition leaders. But to have that balance, we also have to have other political parties within Namibia to have their say in terms of how they see the elections going and how. So, from a media perspective, it's always important to strike that balance, to give every aspect of the electoral process a chance, to make sure that both political parties or candidates or even the people themselves to voice their concern, to voice whether their frustrations, where their achievement, because we cannot always talk about negative aspect of the elections, or we always have to bring that positive aspect of the elections. I must confess that this is the first country where I have covered elections on behalf of the SABC and Channel Africa in particular, where everything is just kind of the conduct of the people. I'm not saying about what happened, that is not for me to judge, but the conduct of Namibian. I give you a 150% out of 100, because the level of patience, the level of courteous environment among the people made our work here in Namibia much more easier to do and without any hindrance. And for me, that is something that Namibia should pride itself.
All right. So basically, this entire time you're covering elections in Namibia, you have not faced any challenges?
Not at all. Not at all. Initially, one would think I'm among my own. And I think that shows the level of a degree of democratic maturity that Namibia is coming up with. And I must say that political parties come and drive their campaign a certain ideological leaning. But as a media, we should always stay clear out of that, because when you enter the political space as a media organization, you tend to lose track of what are the core issues within the societies. And once you take side, it becomes a challenge, because then you're taking as one side over the other, and that might generate a different view of how you cover your news and how you deliver your message to the community, in particular in Namibian. So as a SABC and Channel Africa in particular, we always try to avoid that political terrain. It's not our space to get in as a media organizations. It's within our mandate to be able to inform, to entertain, and to impart knowledge, but also to seek to inform as the news and the event happens.
All right. Now, during our elections, we've seen a few fake news also, just popping up. How is SABC addressing the challenges of misinformation as well as fake news during the elections? And also, what advice would you give to Namibia, to Namibia's media in regards to that?
My advice is to do fact check. Very important, because within the era of digital information, someone can just put out something fake to attract attention. And I must say that I read a quote somewhere that in the coming years, the greatest currency in our social media, in our social landscape, will be attention. And you see that people can put certain misinformations on, for example, on X, just to attract attention and to steer certain controversies. Before, as a media organization, you put such, or even, for example, retweet, you have to make sure that have you verified the check? Is this true? What are the basis for this? Before you even, and those are some of the challenges that we face as a news organization. You might be here as a presenter of the show, but because you command a certain aspect in the society, a certain following, once you put something out there, it will be taken as a truth because so and so has said that this happened. And we must always avoid that as a media organization, particularly as the presenters and the producers of these news, to make sure that there is a fact check before anything goes out there.
All right. Now, as we draw closer to the results, slowly but surely trickling in and also perhaps coming to the end of the elections in Namibia, what advice would you give to the Namibian broadcasters about covering elections effectively?
I think the most importantly is to go on the ground, put the information out there as they are, you don't take side, and making sure that what you are giving as information is first and foremost to the interest of the nation. And that interest of the nation is the one that seeks to build social cohesion, social harmony, and geared towards the development of the country as a whole. But also making sure that the image of the country is protected, because Namibia is what you have as a country. There is no other country that you're going to call home apart from this one. The moment you put out inflammatory information as a news organization, or even conflicting information as a news makers or as a news media practitioners, the likelihood of impacting on the community, social cohesion, the social harmony, and many other issues is very high. So you always have to strike that balance and making sure. If there is a certain ideological leaning as a media organization that you have, but that has to be within the ambit of the law, that have to be within a form of making sure that you seek to build your nation for the positive development. I know if you go further afield, for example, in the United States, media organizations always have an ideological leaning. The far right, the left, and the center. You have those who are, for example, known as a media leaning toward the Democratic Party in the US, those who are leaning toward the Republicans. That is their own choice, but always, if you listen and watch those news organizations, they always put America first. And the question is, when you put a news out there, have you verified the fact? What impact is it going to have on the population and the viewers who are going to view this particular piece of news? Is it going to build the nation? And that is, for us, very important at Channel Africa News, at the Channel Africa Radio, and the SABC in a broader sense.
All right. Well, Mr. Katembo, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We wish you all the best covering Namibia's elections, and thank you so much for joining us in studio.
Thanks for having me.
All right. That was Nixon Katembo, who is the executive producer at the SABC News, joining us this morning, just giving us an update on Namibia's election, how he is covering it, so far, and also just talking to us about the recent elections of South Africa. Don't go anywhere. More interviews coming your way. Well, we now cross over to our colleagues who are finding themselves at the ECN headquarters, and that is Ilago Shitatala. Ilago, good morning, and it's over to you.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Ilago Shitatala, coming to you live from the Central Election Results Center. Here we are awaiting the final results to be announced. And as we do know, polling stations closed yesterday 9 o'clock, to which voting started, or rather counting started at the 8 constituencies that were extended during the voting period, which started on the 29th of November to the 30th of November. Right now, we're just expecting the Electoral Commission of Namibia to continue releasing the results. Last night, just before midnight, we saw the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nyikembwa, announce the first batch of results that are available on their website. Now, viewers, if you would like to follow up on the results, they are available on the ECN website, that is www.elections.na, as well as on your mobile app that you can retrieve via any app store, whether you're using Android or iPhone or any Apple device. And the app is called ECN Mobile App. Now, let's take a look at the results that have been released last night and where it's standing right now, to those of you who might not have seen it yet. Here we have the top 3 candidates as per the released results for the presidential elections, with Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah leading so far with 48.1%, and followed by Panduleni Itula, who's leading with 28.9% of the votes, and Bernardo Swartboy in third place, leading with 88.161%. That is 8.161%. Now, the results that we are looking at here are part of just 8.2 nationally declared results that are available right now. And the national turnout that we see is 58.84 results or percent for the 10 constituencies out of 121 constituencies. So we are still expecting more results to be released from the more constituencies that are still left. Let's now take a look at the results in detail for the presidential ballot elections for 2024. Well, as we now see on the screens, we do see that the total registered voters are over 1.4 million, as we have been seeing it. We do have the SWAPO party in the lead. That is, of course, with Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah with 54,705 votes so far. In second place, we have the IPC with 17,873. And in third place, we have PDM's candidate, that is McHenry Venani, with 5,541, followed by AR with 5,086. That is Job Amupanda, the candidate for AR. And we also have LPM there following thereafter with 4,325. That is represented by Bernardo Swartboy. Now, those are the top 5 presidential candidates so far, and that is what it looks like. So there you have it. These are the top 3 candidates that we are seeing now. So we have Nandi-Ndaitwah, Itula, Swartboy, and this is just making up an 8.2% of the votes that have been tallied so far. So we are still very, very at the beginning of the vote count. We're still expecting more. As we said, only 10 results out of the 121 constituencies are available at the moment. Let's now take a look at the National Assembly elections. So with the National Assembly elections, we are seeing the SWAPO party in the lead with 55.72%, followed by the IPC with 18.2%. And in third place, which is different from the presidential results that we have, is the Popular Democratic Movement, PDM, with 5.64%. And the national declared results so far, the counted votes for the National Assembly is 12.3%, with a turnout of 81.5% out of these 12.3. And so far, 15 out of 121 constituencies have been counted. Let's take a look at these results in detail as well. The results for the National Assembly there show you that the SWAPO party is in the lead, like I just explained, followed by IPC, PDM, AR, and LPM followed by UDF, SWANU, RP, NUDO, NEFF, and NDP, as we do see it on our screens. Now, the difference between the two top threes here is that in the presidential candidate results, we do have LPM in third place, whereas in the National Assembly results, we have PDM in third place. and we are just having more of those graphics on your screen just for you to have a look at yourself. Now, viewers, you can get these results also by yourself by going to ECN's website, that is www.elections.na, and also through the application that is available on any mobile device. That will be Elections or ECN mobile app that you can find. So we will be bringing you the results as they trickle in. We are still expecting more results to be announced, that is by the chairperson of ECN, Dr. Elsingi Kembwa. Well, as we return from this short break, I will be having a conversation with Dr. Marius Gudumo, who is a political analyst. Please stay with us. Well, recent reports indicate that voter participation in this year's presidential and National Assembly elections likely went up, which is and increased. Now, to help us understand this surge in voter engagement could mean what it could mean for the outcome of the elections, we are speaking to political analyst, that is Dr. Marius Gudumo. Good morning, doctor. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. Now, Doctor, before we get into the conversation of voter turnout, I know that it's perhaps too early to tell, but what do you make of the results that we just presented?
Yeah, like you are saying, for now, it is not significant enough for it to give us an indication of what will happen. As you have indicated, 15 out of the 121 constituencies for the National Assembly and 10 for the presidential. So it's not significant enough, but obviously it's giving us a picture of who's leading at the current stage. But as more results are coming in, we'll get a picture of what to expect.
Now, Doctor, we have been receiving observations and comments from people who have been following these elections that it looks like the turnout is more than before, which is 2019. Is that your perception as well, Doctor?
Yeah, it is a perception. Obviously, when the figures are released, then we can see whether this perception is correct or not. But what we have observed and what we have seen seem to suggest that maybe we'll have an increased voter turnout compared to the last election.
What would we attribute this projected increase to?
Look, elections are always contextual. There are issues out there that motivates people to go and vote. For example, the 1989 elections was about freedom, the end of colonialism and apartheid, or to be subjected to be under colonial rule. That was the motivation, independence and freedom. When you look at some of the elections that followed later on, it was the contestation between those that belonged to SWAPO as a political party and break away and form their own political parties. As a result of that, the machinery in mobilizing people to vote, especially from SWAPO and those that formed new political parties, motivated some people to vote. But basically, elections are not an end in itself. We go for elections because there is an expectation. And the expectation is that our material condition will improve. So every citizen who goes to an election, there's an issue, whether it is a developmental issue or whether it is a service delivery issue that are actually at stake. It's the same with this election. If you look at the young people, they have serious challenges that are facing them, And that motivates them because the expectation is someone will address our challenges. If you look those that are in the urban areas, there are specific challenges that are urban-based. And we look at the rural areas. So every election is contextual in terms of what are the issues that are driving people to vote.
All right. So are we then saying that if the number of voter turnout increased this time around, more people wanted to vote this year because they had more issues that they wanted addressed compared to that of 2019 and the years before that?
Yes. For example, all the data that we have, even if the labor survey report is not out, there's an expectation that unemployment has increased in this country, especially unemployment amongst the young people. The performance of the economy is an issue. The service delivery is also an issue, whether it is the performance of your education system, your health system, job creation, and all issues. If you are in the urban area, issues of adequate housing is an issue. So these various issues play themselves out, and that motivates people to go and vote. Either to vote to sustain the status quo, if you are satisfied with the performance of the government of the day, or to change if you are convinced that there's another alternative there that understands your issue and is capable of addressing your issues. So these are the factors.
Does the population increase play a role here, Doctor?
Yeah, not necessarily the population increase, but for me it's the rural-urban population.
Okay.
Previously, the majority of your people will be in the rural areas. With the Namibia Statistic Agency report that was tabled, urban-rural population have significantly narrowed. If I'm not mistaken, 49.5% of the people are now in urban areas, then 50-something% in the rural areas. The issues that are affecting people in the urban areas are not necessarily the same in the rural areas. Also, access to information that informs choices that voters experience are different in urban areas and in rural areas. And I think political parties are not paying attention to that. If you look in Africa, a country like Zambia, a country like Ghana, perhaps South Africa, you see the pattern of voting, that the voting pattern of urban population are basically not the same like in the rural area. We are also seeing it in this election.
What is the distinction, Doctor?
So the challenges of the urban population makes them drastic to want to change. The rural population are sometimes patient, even in understanding issues and also in terms of the desire to change. So when our population, and you see we are projecting that by 2063, there will be more people in urban areas than in rural areas, generally speaking. Therefore, you will see the dynamics of the voting will significantly change by then.
Yeah. But considering that you're saying that the projection is that there will be an increase in the urban areas versus the rural areas, this increase is coming from people moving from rural to urban, right? Why do they become impatient when they come to the urban areas?
No, they are not patient. They are impatient when they are in the urban areas, because in the first instance, why do they come to the urban areas? And as far as I'm concerned, it's a developmental question.
Yes.
In other words, the opportunities are in the urban areas. It's a colonial developmental framework where the opportunities, whether it is job opportunities, whether it is better services in terms of your education and your health, they are in the urban areas. Therefore, people come to the urban area. But when they come to the urban areas, the challenges that they experience are not necessarily the same in the rural areas. For example, in the rural area, you might be unemployed, but maybe you have your field or you have your animals out of which you make a living, which is not the same in the urban areas. And the capacity of the urban areas, especially in the case of Namibia, to cater for the population that are coming in there is not there. And therefore, they become impatient and want change. Take a town like Rundu. The infrastructure of Rundu is the same when there were maybe 40,000 people in Rundu. It's the same with Windhoek. The infrastructure for Windhoek to cater for the people that are coming there, or in the coast, Walvis Bay and Swakop, have not significantly changed. And therefore, these people become restless and they vote you out because you are not delivering according to their expectations.
Doctor, could we say that perhaps there has also been a shift in political engagement when we look at political parties and the engagement they have with the electorate? Could this also have increased voter apathy that could have encouraged a higher turnout?
Yeah, it is possible. For example, not only the engagement of political party, but also the shift in the population dynamics. All the data that we are having, both from the ECN as well as from the Namibia Statistics Agency, are telling you that the majority of people in Namibia are now young people who have a specific needs. And also the engagement with them is not necessarily the traditional engagement methods. So those that were using social medias have reached out to them more because they might not be interested in standing at rallies and other places. But I think we have seen an engagement of the political parties also using different methods, and that encouraged the citizen to vote. But also, you must understand that democracy is consolidating and is being strengthened. Citizens are beginning to understand what are their rights and obligations as citizens in a constitutional democracy. So you are having more people who understand it is an obligation as a citizen to vote. It's a right and an obligation. So there are many factors at play, in addition to the challenges that they want to be addressed.
Yes. Another factor that we can look at, perhaps, Doctor, is also the competitiveness of the political parties in the presidential and National Assembly elections, what they were selling to the electorate.
Yeah, look, firstly, constitutional democracy is about contestation. And it's a contestation of ideas, ideologies, as well as policy options that you sell. So many political parties is a good thing because it gives an opportunity for citizens to have options, but options on the basis of the promises, the strategies, the policies. So there were different ideas that the political parties were selling. There was one political party that impressed me, but I will not say which one is it, because they are the only one that talked about a capable state. In other words, merit and a capable state generally. In other words, it is about how are you going to translate your policies into programs and activities if the public servants are not capable, are not appointed on merit, and are understanding evidence-based policy making and so on. So the manifestos of political parties were also having different ideas, especially on the economy, on job creation, public policy, service deliveries, and so on. So that gave the opportunity to people to have choices. If you are limited, then people say there's no point of me voting. But when there is contestations and many ideas, then people feel, okay, I don't like this one, but I have an option to vote for this one.
Okay. Doctor, do you think that the high voter turnout will perhaps influence public opinion and political discourse?
Yeah, look, like I said, we don't just vote and end there. We vote because we believe that you are going to improve our material condition, that you are going to govern efficiently and effectively, and that you are going to be connected to us. One of the dangers that we are seeing in Namibia is the disconnect between the public office bearers and the ordinary people. Many of the public office bearers don't understand what it means to sleep on a hungry stomach, there's no food. Or when someone says we walk 30 kilos to a clinic, there's a disconnect. We don't understand what this means. Or when people don't have access to water and the crocodiles and other things, we don't understand, because we just say, why are you going to the river? Don't go to the river, without understanding that it's a livelihood. So yes, I think because after voting, we are supposed to keep the elected accountable to what they promise us, and we give them 5 years. If they don't do that, we vote them out. So this level of accountability in checking on the promises, it's important. And obviously that gives rise to what we are seeing.
What could the surge have on a long-term implication? When I talk about the surge, I'm speaking more about this voter turnout increasing. What are the long-term implications of it to the political landscape in the country?
Yeah, it just implies that our political dynamics, our political arena is becoming contested. In other words, you don't assume that you are popular. You need to do the right things, otherwise people vote you out. It just means that democracy is consolidating and it's being strengthened. So obviously, one of the positive thing that we have seen at this election is mutual respect, trust, as well as respect for another person, tolerance. So if you are not from this country and you go to these long queues, it doesn't matter which political party you belong to. People are Namibians, you express your vote, it's a secret, and so on and so on. So I think our democracy is maturing if we manage it well, and if we elect leaders who understand that they are servants of the people. Ethical, moral, servant leadership, and being connected and understanding. So I think it is good for democracy, because it will keep the elected public office bearers on their toes. That's why 5 years is not enough. If you don't deliver, you're out.
Well, Doctor, thank you so much. I know, of course, our conversation is based on perception, and the perception being that there is an increase in voter turnout, but we are still expecting the Electoral Commission of Namibia to provide those figures. What message do you have to the Namibians as they await the remaining results, Doctor?
Yeah, I think many people have said, let's be patient and wait for the official results to be announced. Those that are responsible for administering the election, the Electoral Commission for Namibia, must also understand there is a higher expectation there. Although there is due diligence that are required, I think it's important for them, like I say, to take the narrative and tell us what is happening and give an indication by when are we expecting these results. We can't be in a vacuum not knowing what is happening. It's urgent. We need to find a way of speeding up whatever we are doing. And the last thing is, both for the citizens as well as the body responsible for elections, we must be learning organizations. We must learn out of shortcomings and improve. We can't be in a permanent state of inefficiencies in the way how we do things. This consciousness that it is a national responsibility is critical. So calling upon people to be patient in the long run is not sufficient. Let's just do the right thing and ensure that we produce a democratic, free, fair, transparent, and credible election. But let's be tolerant, let's be patient. I hope they will come out to tell us what is happening. And if there is a dispute, our laws make mechanism for dispute resolution. Let's trust our institutions to do the right thing. And the institutions must realize they have a national responsibility to the citizens.
Very well, Doctor. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Well, I was in conversation with Dr. Marius Kudumo, who is a political analyst, and we were discussing voter participation with the assumption that the voter turnout has increased this year, but we are still awaiting the official figures from the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Just a reminder, viewers, you can keep up to date and follow the results as they are announced on the Electoral Commission of Namibia's website, that is www.elections.na, as well as the mobile app. You can find that on any app store that is ECN mobile app. Furthermore, you can follow all matters related to the elections via our NBC platform on all social media platforms, including TikTok, and that is NBC Digital News. This is Namibia Votes. We do apologize for that glitch. We are still here at the Central Election Results Center, where verification process is underway, and we are expecting the Electoral Commission of Namibia to be releasing more results as the day goes forward. Right now, we do know that about 20 out of 121 constituencies have been counted for the presidential elections, and about 15 constituencies have been counted for the National Assembly elections, but we are expecting more results to be coming in as the day progresses. Well, we are now crossing over to studio to give us what they do have on that end. From my side, this is my last appearance from the Electoral Commission of Namibia. My colleague Denver will be taking over later in the afternoon. It's over to you, Ndapewa.
Thank you so much, Ilago. And as we continue off with the conversations right here in Studio 2, let's now take a look at an insert that speaks on spoiled as well as rejected ballots. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know that spoiled or rejected ballots can affect an outcome of an election? In almost every election, thousands of votes are lost due to simple mistakes. What does this mean for our democracy? Hello, Namibia, and welcome to your third episode of Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Jessica Kaimu, and in this edition, we'll take a look at the causes of unheard voices when it comes to an election.
One may not know that scratching out or making another mark on the same paper can invalidate a vote.
I had a relative of mine, he's late now, and when he went into the booth in Ocean Pinte constituency, he said, I had to look at, then I looked at my comrade from my party, but then I saw the other guy, he always give me a hike when I'm at the hitchhiking. So then I thought, but I can't be unfair to him because he also, so I just decided to vote for all of them at once. So it became a spoiled ballot. As he told us, it was clear that that's a spoiled ballot.
Namibia's first ever elections in 1989 had approximately 800,000 votes cast, with about 10,000 of these ballots spoiled and rejected, resulting in a spoilage rate of 1.25%. 5 years later, in 1994, the total votes reached 1 million, with the number of rejected and spoiled ballots remaining at 10,000, leading to a spoilage rate of 1%. As the millennium approached in 1999, the voter turnout increased to approximately 1.1 million, with around 13,000 rejected and spoiled ballots, yielding a spoilage rate of 1.18%. While election participation was on the rise, the clarity regarding rejected ballots remained a concern. In 2004, the electorate continued to evolve, casting about 1.2 million votes. 14,000 of these votes ended up as rejected and spoiled ballots, representing a spoilage rate of 1.17%. The complexity of the electoral process was becoming apparent as voters sought to make their voices heard. By 2009, the number of votes counted had decreased to about 1 million, with 12,000 rejected and spoiled ballots, and resulting in a spoilage rate of 1.2%. Although voter turnout remained steady, issues surrounding ballot integrity were increasingly scrutinized. This peak in participation underscored a heightened civic awareness, even as concerns about ballot validity persisted.
Perhaps, people are panic. We all panic, even believe me or not. some of the political party, the symbols look almost the same and so on and so on. Then he make a mark, then he realized before he go to the ballot box to cast his vote, he realized that, hey, I made a mistake. I marked where I'm not supposed to be marked. Then that specific voter will tell the presiding officer, I made mistake. Then if he does so, the presiding officer will take that ballot paper, which the voter say I made mistake. Immediately, in terms of our law, the presiding officer will endorse that ballot paper, say spoiled, and that ballot paper will not get its way to the ballot box. Then they'll put it in an envelope or put it aside.
In Namibia, every vote matters. Yet, in every election, a significant number of ballots are either spoiled or rejected. This phenomenon has profound implications, potentially costing candidates their seats and undermining the electoral process. Thomas Shapi is the Deputy Director of the Elections Administration at the Electoral Commission of Namibia.
Like I said, it's just the same. Then the voter will go to the booth, find his ballot paper nicely. He goes there. Maybe he do the same. When he make his mark, he made his mark on a candidate which he was not thinking. Then he say, oh, I made mistake. But he doesn't go back to the presiding officer. He immediately maybe erase. You know, some people, they do that. He erase, then he put a mark on another candidate or political party he wanted. Then he'll fold his ballot paper. He go to the ballot box and cast his vote in the ballot box. Now, that ballot paper did not come back there. It's there. It had been casted. Now, when we are going to go and do the counting, that ballot paper which have got marks which we cannot see, like for example, where he made the erase and then he put there. In terms of our law, even that erase he made is also a mark. So we will not count that ballot paper because we don't know where to count it. Then during the count, we regard that ballot paper is a rejected ballot paper.
Rejected ballots may account for at least a seat or two in the National Assembly. Shapi highlighted the significant impact one ballot can have.
There have been 5 ballot papers have been rejected. If you multiply by 2,000, just imagine, do your calculation, how many votes will be lost. So which means that's really a big concern because it can count a vote. It can count, a seat of a political party or whatever it is. So that's basically the statistic I can share that. I can't give you an exact, but there's really a concern to some.
Though seemingly small, these numbers represent thousands of lost votes, voices that went unheard. The Electoral Commission of Namibia plays a vital role in ensuring the integrity of elections. Professor Paul Isaac served the Electoral Commission of Namibia as a Chief Executive Officer since 2014 to 2019, and he tells us more on rejected and spoiled ballots.
The rejected papers does not have any effect on that particular party because it does not indicate for a specific party. Only the paper which has been rejected, and therefore it is kept in the custody of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So that it will not be counted later on to the benefit of a party A or B. So in that sense, it is something rejected and it does not count to it. The only reason why it is having its effect on it is that it is a vote, a precious vote has been lost because of that particular mistake which the person has been made. And that means, say for example, the person's intention was to make it for a political party B, but since of that particular mistake, that particular vote which ought to go to that political party is denied in that sense. So it has, in that sense, because of the mistake which the voter has made, her original intention has been denied by herself or himself.
Professor Isaac, however, notes that despite their efforts, the rate of spoiled ballots remains concerning. But what is the real-world implications of spoiled ballots for this? We spoke to Carol Engelberg, coordinator at the Civil Society Information Center, Namibia.
You have a ballot paper book, and then they tear out the ballot paper, and then they must write in this counterfoil the voter registration number of the person they give this ballot paper to. So that is the spoiled ballot papers. That there could be, somebody spills coffee over it or whatever. So it is something that the voter realizes is not okay and gives back the paper. Then there are other ballot papers that are referred to as rejected ballot papers. These are ballot papers, so the spoiled ballot papers never go into the ballot box, but they must be counted, because you still have to tally the whole amount of ballot papers that goes to a specific polling station must in the end add up, because there are forms that have to be filled in together with the election observers if they want to, and of course the political party or independent candidates agents. So every paper that is in there must be accounted for. The rejected ballot papers, they go into ballot boxes because the voter is not aware that they made a mistake. Or the presiding officer is not aware that the voter had a wrong thing.
Engelberg says in order to tackle the issue of spoiled ballots, a multifaceted approach is needed.
All types of ballot papers must be kept. So all the spoiled ones must be kept separate. All the rejected ones must be kept separate. The law even makes 4 different things. Clearly spoiled, clearly rejected, and then those that where you can't say which party was voted for on that one must be kept separately, because that one could be a contested one.
The good thing of the rejected ballot paper is that you can see it. Why did it have been rejected? Either someone has voted 2 political party, or the way he put the mark is not how it's supposed to be done. So because of that, we use that for us to be able to do our voter education. As we're speaking right now, our voter education, what they are currently doing is that besides the civic education where they talk about the rights and so on, for you, why should you vote and so on, they also talk about the voter education itself, where they have to tell the people how to put their marks. We really go out of our way. Of course, Namibia is big. We don't reach every corner, but we try that. But through the social media also, we try that to inform the people how. And believe me or not, if you can compare 1989 or back 1992 and today, it had completely changed. A very big difference.
Unlike rejected ballots, spoiled ballots are replaced, and unless the voter does not indicate that they have made a mistake, the paper will then be considered rejected.
It's the wrong place. Then they can take that ballot paper back to the presiding officer from the Electoral Commission in that polling station and ask for a new one. Then the returning officer, the presiding officer must make a cross, across the whole paper, cross it out and write there cancelled and give a new one to the voter, and of course write also the cancelled one's number, in the counterfoil, the ballot.
Bani Karuombe is a former commissioner of elections at the Electoral Commission of Namibia, and he gives his view on unheard voices.
If 250 ballots were issued, that meaningfully the 250 ballots should be meaningful ballots allotted to the contested parties or presidential candidates. So in essence, when any of them are lost, it is a loss in terms of financially, and also all the other resources put into the process, and potentially for the contestants who would have earned from that ballot.
The reasons for ballot spoilage are varied. Common mistakes include incorrect markings, and we must understand why they occur.
But you can find some voters who are undecided. Until the election day, they did not decide. And when he goes there, that's where the problem of the spoiled and the rejected ballot paper come from. Because he did not decide. It is sudden he said ballot paper. Also, sometimes they don't even know who the candidates are. The only thing they know that today is an election day. I go. Then when he goes, he finds himself there. He really doesn't know who to vote for. And those are some of the causes of the rejected ballot papers.
I would say that this spoiled and rejected votes are happening because thorough job has not been done to educate people prior to the election, so that the people are absolutely, when they are going on the day of voting and are going to vote, they know the process in and out, so that there will not be any element of surprise. But if the people are not properly and practically informed about the APCs, then that particular mistakes is made. Also on the part of the voters is they should already also, before they are going to vote, they should also already know for who they are going to vote or for which political party they are going to vote. They should have already made that decision before going into the voting booth.
This issue often affects communities who may lack access to information and who may not know that they are eligible for another chance to vote.
The electoral voting machines, and it was because in the 2014 elections, more than the equivalent of a parliamentary seat. So if, for instance, 10,000 votes gave you a seat, if 12,000 votes were regarded as spoiled ballots, the essence is that a potential seat was lost because of spoiled ballots. So it is therefore that we thought we were to address the issue of the spoiled and rejected ballots through the pressing of a machine. But as you know, that the courts have said, unless there's a paper trail, that cannot be on. So this is how we would try to address it. But post my tenure, the emphasis becomes that you need to make sure that there's sufficient voter and civic education.
You know, political parties make the mistake to send juniors who might not even have ever voted as party agents to the polling stations, because it's an exhausting story. You know, you have to be there for many, many hours. But you should send senior people who understand the law and who understand how to defend, something that's not right. Because if you are dignified and you know your law, then the Electoral Commission officials will also, respond in like manner.
Moreover, the impact of these rejections may extend beyond the individual voter, affecting the whole election outcome.
The people have fights because nobody fights about the spoiled ballots. If a ballot is spoiled and it doesn't count, who worries, But rejected ballot papers are the ones that are part of the counting system.
Professor Isaac says the common pitfalls in marking a ballot is crucial for ensuring every vote counts. This is by educating the electorate.
The voter education is the key in order to avoid it. And I would say I will put the blame, particularly with ECN, that the voter education test is sometimes not doing thorough practical, especially not theoretical, but practical aspects of teaching people ABCs exactly. And on the side of the voters also, that they should already make, prior to going into the voting booth, the decision for whom they are going to vote.
People to understand that one vote, and I'm saying this, I'll give an example, can make a candidate to win or lose, can make a candidate to get a seat or not. If I can give you one example, 2020, Wind West, I don't want to go far, Wind West. The councillor won with a one vote. one vote. The councillor won with a one vote. Imagine if that individual voter could not have gone to vote.
We then ask, between a presidential and a National Assembly election, which one gets more spoiled or rejected ballots?
Political parties of the presidential and the National Assembly. With the presidential ones, you are voting on a specific leader, which is standing as the president of that particular person. Whereas with the National Assembly, you are voting for the political parties. What is happening is with the presidential ones, is since the faces are there, the people are sometimes recognizing the faces and are putting their crosses next to that particular person. But with the parties, it means sometimes that maybe the voters are confusing. If it is like, for example, this year you will have over 21 various political parties. And if a person does not know exactly his or her party and what colors it has, symbols it has, etc., maybe in that particular confusion of unclarity a person is making. So most of the mistakes are made. Most of these mistakes are made with the rejected voting, etc., with the National Assembly elections.
But what I know generally is that Namibia has a trend of when you vote for the presidential candidate, the same vote goes for the party of your choice, usually. So if there were to be a mistake on one, sometimes it may be on both. So the trend has just been that mostly the equivalent votes that goes to the presidential candidate from a candidate usually goes to also the party of their choice. So, but I think I wouldn't be able to say the statistics as to which one really. But what you also have to know is that more often people are clear about the party of their choice and less clear about the presidential, and some of them exercise the choice of saying, I'm only going to vote my party, but the president, I'm not concerned.
Every single vote counts. You know, up to now, we never had for presidential elections stuff that is very close to each other. There was usually one candidate who was way ahead of the others. There might be something that the presidential candidate gets the most votes, but it's not 50% of the valid votes counted plus one. Well, then you will have to have a rerun. But it's very, you know, the chances that this year there will be, this problem that we might have a rerun, yes. But the problem will not be that the presidency is won with one or two votes. It's usually more. But if you go to the National Assembly elections that we have this year, also, there every single vote counts, because to calculate who goes to parliament, all the valid votes counted. That means the rejected votes will not be counted, but all the valid votes, they will be counted, and then they are divided by the number of seats in the National Assembly, 96, right? So all the votes counted over the whole country will be, that number will be taken and divided by 96, and then you have the so-called quota. Then you go to each one of the political parties that had taken part, and you check how much votes has each party, and each party's votes are divided by that quota. So say the quota is 9,000 and your party has 6,000 in total, then you have no seat. But there is the thing where you can get the residue of somebody else and still go to parliament with it, because somebody else's total votes have something left over that also doesn't give them another seat. So these extra votes then are allocated to those small parties that didn't make it.
on the Presidential National Assembly, the reason being, we all know that when it comes to the Presidential National Assembly, is the hype, even the turnout is more than the Regional Council. But in terms of now the numbers, I'm talking about the numbers, because of the many people coming, you will expect a lot of rejected. But also, when it comes to the Regional Council, despite the lower turnout, if you work on percentages wide, it's even more worse, because you know what happened? At least for the Presidential National Assembly, we have got only one ballot paper for all the whole country. You go to Taras, the same ballot paper you find in Taras, the same ballot paper you find in Kavango East, for example. But when it comes to the Regional Council, within the Regional Council, let's say Kavango East, for example, you've got so many ballot paper because of the different individual candidates who are vying for a seat in a constituency.
We now move to the impact that come with these issues. Who is more affected?
Waste of resources, because issuing ballot papers, making sure that you've supplied ballot papers, and to realize that on average 2% of ballot papers across the country are wasted, and when you collate that whole number together, it becomes a huge number. So when you reflect that against the resources spent, the financial and human resources, it's a waste. And also when you look at political parties which spend their meager resources to make sure that they convince voters to vote for them, and some of them become victim of people who just went to put their cross at the wrong spot.
Lastly, we ask, how should the electorate avoid the possibility of casting votes that will end up unaccounted and in the dustbin?
Voter education should be in place prior to any elections, and so that people will know already who they are going to vote and how they are going to vote. They should know exactly what A is and what B is and what C is. So that when the voter is entering there, she or he has already made up mind. They have clearly the picture what they are going to do, and therefore nobody should at that particular moment at the voting hour start to wrestle with questions or answer or trying to think about where should I vote, etc. So that in that sense I hope that this issues should be avoided, so that in that sense that the votes, no precious vote is in that sense taken away from the person which could have get it legitimately, because every vote counts, and when every vote counts, and those rejected and spoiled votes are the votes which are in that sense derailing that particular process, and also it is taking away the democratic right of a person who has made such a mistake of to vote for a person which she was originally thinking to vote for.
As we approach the 2024 elections, understanding how to cast your vote properly has never been more important. Join us again next week for Namibia Votes 2024. Same time, same place. From myself, Jessica Kaimu, and the entire crew, it's goodbye for now.
And with that, well, that was an insert on spoiled ballots as well as rejected ballots there. We'll now take a look at an interview done by Ilagoshita Tala and lawyer Henry Shimutukeni on electoral disputes with reference to Namibia's elections. With that, I have also come to the end of my shift. Jonas Mbambo will be taking over. That is from 2 o'clock. Do keep an eye out on NBC's social media platforms. That is on Facebook, Twitter, as well as Instagram. That is NBC Digital News. Well, that is it from myself. Let's take a look at this insert. And also don't forget to keep an eye out on elections.na.
still here at the Central Election Results Center, and we are continuing with our broadcast here, ensuring that the public continues to be informed as we await the official results following the closure of the polls later today. Now, our program today, we will be having discussions on law and how election disputes are governed and managed during that period. We are also going to have a conversation with an election observer on how he has been finding the observations this side during his stay here and his mission. Well, right now I am joined by Henry Shimitukeni, who is a Namibian lawyer. Now, electoral disputes can arise from various reasons, such as disagreements over results or the fairness of the process. Section 95 of the Electoral Act 2014 plays a key role in governing polling processes, ensuring transparency and fairness. Now, the lawyer is here to discuss Namibian electoral law, common causes of disputes, and how transparency and election observers help to ensure that elections are conducted in a free and fair manner. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you please explain to us the provisions of the Namibian electoral law regarding disputes and during this period of elections?
Okay. So the Electoral Act establishes basically three important forums to which participants in the electoral process, voters and political parties can take their disputes. The first one is the electoral tribunal, but that is usually used prior to the elections. We saw in the 2019 election, when there was a challenge to the EVMs, I was part of that challenge. It was initially brought to the electoral tribunal. There was the issue of jurisdiction, but that's fine. The other one is the electoral court. Now, the electoral court has its seat in the High Court, and to a certain extent follows the procedures of the High Court. The only difference is that the Electoral Act says that the electoral court basically disregards some of the formalities. Okay. And that's because the nature of elections is that it's very urgent, some determinations need to be made very quickly, and they also have to make their determinations within 72 hours. That's the electoral court. For example, till now we haven't seen anyone approach the electoral court, okay. But as the results start trickling in, one hopes it doesn't happen, but if a particular party feels disgruntled, they will then approach the electoral court. An example I can give you is another example of a matter I was involved in, but that was in the national election. It was the regional council elections in Dongalinena for one political party, and the one political party felt at the time that the counting process wasn't conducted correctly. That party then approached the electoral court. Firstly, the electoral court then made an order granting access to the electoral material. We then went and inspected the electoral material, which is now the ballots, at government garage or wherever it was kept, and then after that we approached the court to make a declaratory order based on that. Yeah. So those are the remedies available to political parties or candidates or presidential candidates. But now when it comes to the presidential candidates, any party, which is the third one, any party or individual who wants to seek a particular order pertaining to the presidential candidacy or the outcome of the presidential elections has to approach the Supreme Court. So we mentioned the electoral tribunal, we mentioned the electoral court, and then there's the Supreme Court, which adjudicates issues pertaining to the outcome or processes relating to the presidential elections. We saw this in 2019 when Dr. Panduleni Itula, after the election, approached the Supreme Court to seek certain declaratory orders. At the time, he was not contesting from a party perspective, but only as an independent candidate. So therefore, the orders he was seeking relating to the presidential elections, he approached the Supreme Court directly. Yeah. Yes.
Now, during these elections, we have seen some political parties though air their grievances through the media, but as you just indicated, none of this has still been approached to the electoral court. So why would political parties, for example, take the route of airing their grievances through media and through demonstrations, as we saw yesterday at an event, instead of taking the legal route, perhaps?
Look, I mean, one can't really know what the state of mind of the political parties is, but
Is it awareness?
No, it's not awareness.
Okay.
Most of those political parties, without offending anyone, can say the top 5 political parties have at some stage or either been part and parcel of one or other electoral process in an electoral court. So they do know the forum to which they can approach. I'm talking about the main political parties, but then, or the top performing political parties. But then again, you must remember that the electoral process is not yet complete, and perhaps one can interpret to say that if one wants to be, wants to be understanding, can interpret to say that perhaps they feel that since some processes aren't yet complete, if they do air their grievances around them, at the very least they can be corrected before completion. We're talking about perhaps if there's issues around counting, perhaps, or on election day we saw issues around ballot papers not being at the particular polling stations. Perhaps one can interpret it and say that no, their view is that if it is that they air their grievances and bring it out before completion, at the very least perhaps wrong conduct which is uncompleted can be corrected. Perhaps. But I doubt very much it's awareness, because most of the political parties who are top performing political parties have at some stage or other been part and parcel of an electoral process, an electoral court process in one of the tribunals. Yes.
Do the existing electoral regulations ensure transparency in order to avoid disputes?
Yes, they do. The Electoral Act has mechanisms in place to ensure transparency, and that is all the way from counting till verification, all the way through. The question is, even if the provision, for example, says that this and this should happen, is the ECN doing it practically? And the sad part is at the time is here in Windhoek North in the ECN headquarters, ordinarily in the absence of the elections, this is their head office and this is their staff. But at a period during election period, we're talking about, look, I don't know the exact numbers, but we're talking about polling officers and all of these people, presiding officers, who are in essence an extension of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So it might be so that there might be certain issues which might lead to transparency, don't have necessarily to do with their existing or not a provision in the Act, but how a particular presiding officer or election officer or an election official deployed by the ECN behaves. I mean, I saw on the news of one video, on the NBC, of one video of a lady saying that she was turned away because she had some kind of nails. So she's not supposed to be turned away because of that, but the particular presiding officer, who's temporarily an extension of the ECN, whichever official it was, I don't know if it was a police official, because the police too play a very important role in terms of monitoring and ensuring that there's no disruptance, turned that particular person away. So the shortcomings don't come from the absence of significant processes which ensure that political parties can, you ask transparency. They all have counting agents which are allowed to be there, but you can't guarantee, perhaps especially after what we've seen on the 27th, you can't guarantee that practically that's what's going to happen. And that's where the disputes come from. The disputes don't come from the absence of aspects in the Electoral Act or the proclamations that come from the Electoral Act. The disputes normally come from the practical part thereof, the extension of the ECN. And there's a lot of factors, you know. I mean, if one looks at it and says, just a day before the elections or 2 days before, we had disgruntled people who are extension of the ECN, you know, are they in the correct state of mind in terms of motivation to ensure that the Electoral Act and its provisions are implemented as they should be. Yeah, so the shortcomings, I believe, at this stage aren't in the Act itself. Obviously, the Act is the 2014 Act. It was developed. It was recently amended now, just before the elections, and that had to do with aspects of, you know, people who are being nominated and whether they should vacate, shouldn't vacate. So there's always space for development. But from my experience, 99% of the time, it does not have to do with the Act or the regulations or the proclamations. It has to do with the implementation, the administrative part from the ECN. Yes.
Just using the example that you used of the news story where a woman was turned away because of her nails and not being allowed to vote, what legal recourse can the electorate take when they feel aggrieved? Is there any?
Yes, there is. You know, one can approach even the electoral court to make a particular declaration on that particular conduct. On that particular conduct, you know, on that particular conduct. There's the aspect of locus, of course. I don't think it's something that would warrant you to go to the electoral court and say, the election must be set aside. No, but you can ask for a declaratory order to say, is this correct? She did ultimately get to vote, it would appear, but it would be a thing of to seek a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct. Is it correct to turn away a particular person? Some things might not be able to be reversed, but it's conduct to say that it shouldn't happen again. Look, I don't think it's conduct which warrants to say, I didn't get to vote because of my nails and therefore I'm going to the court, the election must be set aside. I'm not even sure she would have locus for that kind of order. But a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct, I don't see why not.
All right.
I don't see why not, yeah. But also, look, at the same time, I believe too that the ECN, which is empowered in terms of Article 95 to basically be the constitutional body that oversees the elections, when such things are reported, they themselves can make pronouncements on them. Obviously, there's a lot going on right now, and it might be difficult to make pronouncements on every particular thing, but some things do warrant certain pronouncements, perhaps at the end of the process. Yeah.
So if an electorate feels that they are mistreated or they are not, their right is not being granted, that is to cast their vote, what is the actual process to follow? Would calling the ECN and expressing their dismay suffice first before taking the route of the legal route?
Look, if you come to a particular polling station, and it is that, look, for the polls, are they still open, I believe,
yes,
for 8 constituencies. The first thing to do is obviously to insist that the electoral officer, the presiding officer, they must record it in the occurrence book. It must be recorded in there. If it is that it's something that amounted to you being refused the right to vote, and the election and the polls have closed, I do believe then that if you so feel that it's something that warrants legal action, then you should take legal action. At the very least, seek a declaratory order on that. Was it correct? Was it not correct? Obviously, they won't be able to reverse it, but at least the ECN would be able to take corrective action to not allow it to repeat again. But the first advice is to say that ensure that the presiding officer of that particular polling station makes record of that in the occurrence book, which they should have, or whatever, however it was practicalized. I believe it's an occurrence book. Yes.
Now, because some of these disputes are taking place during the election process, and this election process is also happening during a specific duration, what does the timeline look like for filing a dispute and having it attended to?
Look, the electoral court has to make a decision has to make a decision within 72 hours. So they have to make a decision within 72 hours. So at least I think that gives assurance that at least one has to be realistic, because ordinarily it's heard by electoral court is ordinarily heard by three judges, I think 72 hours is a reasonable time, and that's in the Act. So I think that should give the electorate time to say that, look, that is reasonable time for them to make a particular decision on that. Yeah.
There seems to be a confusion, especially with the recent decision to extend voting processes. Can you please help us and the public understand how this was made possible from a legal perspective?
Look, it's firstly, again, one hopes that in future the ECN is much more transparent in its processes leading up to something, particularly when there's a crisis, and in communicating its decisions. On the evening of the 28th of November, there was a lot of uncertainty in terms of what exactly is this? When was this decided? When were all these consultations done? So that is something which obviously dents a little bit the perception that we're supposed to have of a ECN which is independent, which is transparent. Given that is me, that as it is, the next day we then saw a proclamation signed by, on the hand of the president, indicating that he amended the government gazette, which he issued in September 2024. In September 2024, he issued a gazette indicating that this is going to be polling day. The time is going to be from 7 in the morning to 9, and it's going to be on the 27th, which is obviously read with section 93, which says that even in the event that polling stations close and you're already in the line, you can just continue to vote. Look, the Electoral Act itself does not necessarily provide for the president to amend that, the particular proclamation. And there's particular, one can say there's particular reasons for that. Political parties who have counting agents and agents at the polling stations and all of that obviously need specific time to make those logistical arrangements. So there's no specific provision made to say that the president can extend. There's not that. I believe perhaps what they relied on, I was doing some trying to understand it. That's why I say that the ECN should be more open in terms of explaining this. Perhaps what they relied on was this interpretation of statutes proclamation of 1937 of 1920, which says that if a particular state functionary is empowered to make certain rules and regulations, they also have the same power to amend those regulations. So I think at the very least, perhaps they relied on that to make that determination. It's quite uncertain. I think the ECN, that's what I'm saying, the ECN should be frank, because those, obviously the public is extremely, those in those 8 constituencies are ecstatic, because now they can, and we saw the lines at Namib, now they can vote, and they would not really be too concerned in terms of the interpretation, is it correct, is it not correct. But we do see some views from political parties and those with time to read, questioning and saying, but wait a minute, is this correct or is it not correct? And it's important for the ECN to explain to the electorate, to the citizens who do, even those who don't vote, and to the political parties, that when we reached our decision, we relied on this particular provision. In the absence of that, people might then interpret and say, but is the president acting lawfully? At the end of the day, you know, it's a catch-22 for the president, but we've got commissioners like Tate Pius who are legal practitioners, and they should, we saw the way they, you know, the way they speak. They should be very open and transparent and say, this is what we relied on, so that the people can then respond and say, oh, okay, we now understand or we don't understand. Otherwise, it just leaves a very gray area. And here's the difficulty, though. Just to give you a practical example, we saw, I think, last year or the year before, just an example where the Speaker of Parliament made a decision to bar certain parliamentarians from Parliament. I think there were 2 or 3, and simply said, your conduct based on the rules, you are banned from Parliament. That decision stood up until those particular individuals went to the High Court and ultimately the Supreme Court, which turned it down and said, Speaker of Parliament, you were incorrect. You get it? So the fact of the matter is, there might be shortcomings within the decision of the president, but right now as it is, with its shortcomings or without them, it stands, because he made a decision, and up until it's set aside, that decision stands.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we foresee the aggrieved political parties or political parties who are not in agreement or do not understand to approach the court for assistance in this regard? Do we foresee that?
Look, I think do we foresee it? One can't determine that. Would it assist us? Would it assist us? Yes. I think, particularly on the aspect of the extension, I think it would assist us a lot as a Namibian people, the media, everybody, if one of the political parties or even an organization of sorts which has locus approach the court for clarity, for future purposes. Because what are we saying? Are we then saying that, without getting a clear stance on it, are we saying that the president is empowered to just continuously amend his proclamation? Can he amend till when? You get what I mean? That's the uncertainty that there is. It borders being very unlawful in the absence of a determination and explanation. But at the very least, one understands also the difficulty that the state was in, the president was in, because it was quite evident based on what the media was showing, and based on what the presiding officers were saying, that some people were denied the right to vote. So I think the president made a very difficult decision, which is slightly, you know, in the middle, but it's what it is. So yes, it would assist us greatly if one of the political parties approached and said, this is what happened, it already happened, what is the stance? Court, please interpret this for us. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for explaining that to us. Your final remarks, and as far as understanding the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia is concerned, please.
Look, I think my plea to the ECN is just to say that we must be, the ECN is a body. It was the constitution was amended in 2014 to give them specific powers, né? And then there's the act. They are our only body as Namibians which we have entrusted with our Article 16 right to vote. And number one, our plea is that they should be very transparent in terms of their communications to people. There should be communications to the electorate. They should be very open in terms of their engagements with the electorate, not on the defensive. Obviously, it's quite clear that there's a lot of administrative glitches, but this is the only electoral commission of Namibia that we have, and it's just not about a year from now. We are going to require them again to run our local authority and regional elections. So our plea is, even as a legal practitioner, all of us right now as citizens, is to say the ECN, please, be transparent, be open to engagement. The people are not here, the people and even us with our legal views are not here to fight the ECN. We are all here to monitor an institution which we've entrusted with our Article 16 right to determine who it is that is going to form the legislature and executive of our country.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Well, that was a conversation with Henry Shimutikeni, and we were discussing the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia as Namibia is currently undergoing its election process for a president and National Assembly representatives. Are still here at the Central Election Results Center, and we are continuing with our broadcast here, ensuring that the public continues to be informed as we await the official results following the closure of the polls later today. Now, our program today, we will be having discussions on law and how election disputes are governed and managed during that period. We are also going to have a conversation with an election observer on how he has been finding the observations this side during his stay here and his mission. Well, right now I am joined by Henry Shimutikeni, who is a Namibian lawyer. Now, electoral disputes can arise from various reasons such as disagreements over results or the fairness of the process. Section 95 of the Electoral Act 2014 plays a key role in governing polling processes, ensuring transparency and fairness. Now, the lawyer is here to discuss Namibian electoral law, common causes of disputes, and how transparency and election observers help to ensure that elections are conducted in a free and fair manner. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Yes. Can you please explain to us the provisions of the Namibian electoral law regarding disputes and during this period of elections?
Okay. So the Electoral Act establishes basically three important forums to which participants in the electoral process, voters and political parties can take their disputes. The first one is the electoral tribunal, but that is usually used prior to the elections. We saw in the 2019 election, when there was a challenge to the EVMs, I was part of that challenge. It was initially brought to the electoral tribunal. There was the issue of jurisdiction, but that's fine. The other one is the electoral court. Now, the electoral court has its seat in the High Court, and to a certain extent follows the procedures of the High Court. The only difference is that the Electoral Act says that the electoral court basically disregards some of the formalities. Okay. And that's because the nature of elections is that it's very urgent, and some determinations need to be made very quickly, and they also have to make their determinations within 72 hours. That's the electoral court. For example, till now we haven't seen anyone approach the electoral court, but as the results start trickling in, one hopes it doesn't happen, but if a particular party feels disgruntled, they will then approach the electoral court. An example I can give you is another example of a matter I was involved in, but that was in a national election. It was the regional council elections in Dongalinena for one political party, and the one political party felt at the time that the counting process wasn't conducted correctly. That party then approached the electoral court. Firstly, the electoral court then made an order granting access to the electoral material. We then went and inspected the electoral material, which is now the ballots, at government garage or wherever it was kept, and then after that we approached the court to make a declaratory order based on that. So those are the remedies available to political parties or candidates or presidential candidates. But now when it comes to the presidential candidates, any party, which is the third one, any party or individual who wants to seek a particular order pertaining to the presidential candidacy or the outcome of the presidential elections has to approach the Supreme Court. So we mentioned the electoral tribunal, we mentioned the electoral court, and then there's the Supreme Court, which adjudicates issues pertaining to the outcome or processes relating to the presidential elections. We saw this in 2019 when Dr. Panduleni Itula, after the election, approached the Supreme Court to seek certain declaratory orders. At the time, he was not contesting from a party perspective, but only as an independent candidate. So therefore, the orders he was seeking relating to the presidential elections, he approached the Supreme Court directly. Yes.
Now, during these elections, we have seen some political parties though air their grievances through the media, but as you just indicated, none of this has still been approached to the electoral court. So why would political parties, for example, take the route of airing their grievances through media and through demonstrations, as we saw yesterday at an event, instead of taking the legal route perhaps?
Look, I mean, one can't really know what the state of mind of the political parties is, but
is it awareness?
No, it's not awareness.
Okay.
Most of those political parties, without offending anyone, can say the top 5 political parties have at some stage or either been part and parcel of one or other electoral process in an electoral court. So they do know the forum to which they can approach. I'm talking about the main political parties, but then, or the top performing political parties. But then again, you must remember that the electoral process is not yet complete, and perhaps one can interpret to say that if one wants to be, wants to be understanding, can interpret to say that perhaps they feel that since some processes aren't yet complete, if they do air their grievances around them, at the very least they can be corrected before completion. We're talking about perhaps if there's issues around counting, perhaps, or on election day we saw issues around ballot papers not being at the particular polling stations. Perhaps one can interpret it and say that no, their view is that if it is that they air their grievances and bring it out before completion, at the very least, perhaps wrong conduct which is uncompleted can be corrected. Perhaps, but I doubt very much it's awareness, because most of the political parties who are top performing political parties have at some stage or other been part and parcel of an electoral process, an electoral court process in one of the tribunals. Yes.
Do the existing electoral regulations ensure transparency in order to avoid disputes?
Yes, they do. The Electoral Act has mechanisms in place to ensure transparency, and that is all the way from counting till verification, all the way through. The question is, even if the provision, for example, says that this and this should happen, is the ECN doing it practically? And the sad part is, at the time, is here in Windhoek North in the ECN headquarters, ordinarily, in the absence of the elections, this is their head office and this is their staff. But at a period during election period, we're talking about, look, I don't know the exact numbers, but we're talking about polling officers and all of these people, presiding officers, who are in essence an extension of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So it might be so that there might be certain issues which might lead to transparency, don't have necessarily necessarily to do with there existing or not a provision in the Act, but how a particular presiding officer or election officer or an election official deployed by the ECN behaves. I mean, I saw on the news of one video, on the NBC, of one video of a lady saying that she was turned away because she had some kind of nails. Yeah, so she's not supposed to be turned away because of that, but the particular presiding officer, who's temporarily an extension of the ECN, or whichever official it was, I don't know if it was a police official, because the police too play a very important role in terms of monitoring and ensuring that there's no disruptance, turned that particular person away. So the shortcomings don't come from the absence of significant processes which ensure that political parties can, you ask transparency. They all have counting agents that are allowed to be there, but you can't guarantee, perhaps especially after what we've seen on the 27th, you can't guarantee that practically that's what's going to happen. And that's where the disputes come from. The disputes don't come from the absence of aspects in the Electoral Act or the proclamations that come from the Electoral Act. The disputes normally come from the practical part thereof, the extension of the ECN. And there's a lot of factors, you know. I mean, if one looks at it and says, just a day before the elections or 2 days before, we had disgruntled people who are extension of the ECN, you know, are they in the correct state of mind in terms of motivation to ensure that the Electoral Act and its provisions are implemented as they should be. Yeah, so the shortcomings, I believe, at this stage aren't in the Act itself. Obviously, the Act, it's a 2014 Act. It was developed. It was recently too amended now, just before the elections, and that had to do with aspects of, you know, people who are being nominated and whether they should vacate, shouldn't vacate. So there's always space for development. But from my experience, 99% of the time, it does not have to do with the Act or the regulations or the proclamations. It has to do with the implementation, the administrative part from the ECN. Yes.
Just using the example that you used of the news story where a woman was turned away because of her nails and not being allowed to vote, what legal recourse can the electorate take when they feel aggrieved? Is there any?
Yes, there is. You know, one can approach even the electoral court to make a particular declaration on that particular conduct. On that particular conduct, you know, on that particular conduct. There's the aspect of locus, of course. I don't think it's something that would warrant you to go to the electoral court and say, oh, the election must be set aside. No, but you can ask for a declaratory order to say, is this correct? She did ultimately get to vote, it would appear, but it would be a thing of to seek a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct. Is it correct to turn away a particular person? Some things might not be able to be reversed, but it's conduct to say that it shouldn't happen again. Look, I don't think it's conduct which warrants to say, oh, I didn't get to vote because of my nails and therefore I'm going to the court, the election must be set aside. I'm not even sure she would have locus for that kind of order. But a declaratory order in terms of that particular conduct, I don't see why not.
All right.
I don't see why not, yeah. But also, look, at the same time, I believe too that the ECN, which is empowered in terms of Article 95 to basically be the constitutional body that oversees the elections, when such things are reported, they themselves can make pronouncements on them. Obviously, there's a lot going on right now, and it might be difficult to make pronouncements on every particular thing, but some things do warrant certain pronouncements, perhaps at the end of the process. Yeah.
So if an electorate feels that they are mistreated or they are not, their right is not being granted, that is to cast their vote, what is the actual process to follow? Would calling the ECN and expressing their dismay suffice first before taking the route of the legal route?
Look, if you come to a particular polling station, and it is that, look, the polls are they still open, I believe,
yes,
for 8 constituencies. The first thing to do is obviously to insist that the electoral officer, the presiding officer, make they must record it in the OB, the occurrence book. It must be recorded in there. If it is that it's something that amounted to you being refused the right to vote, and the election and the polls have closed, I do believe then that if you're so feel that it's something that warrants legal action, then you should take legal action. At the very least, seek a declaratory order on that. Was it correct? Was it not correct? Obviously, they won't be able to reverse it, but at least the ECN will be able to take corrective action to not allow it to repeat again. But the first advice is to say that ensure that the presiding officer of that particular polling station makes record of that in the occurrence book, which they should have, or however it was practicalized. I believe it's an occurrence book. Yes.
Now, because some of these disputes are taking place during the election process, and this election process is also happening during a specific duration, what does the timeline look like for filing a dispute and having it attended to?
Look, the electoral court has to make a decision has to make a decision within 72 hours. So they have to make a decision within 72 hours. So at least I think that gives assurance that at least one has to be realistic, because ordinarily it's heard by electoral court is ordinarily heard by three judges, I think 72 hours is a reasonable time, and that's in the Act. So I think that should give the electorate time to say that, look, that is reasonable time for them to make a particular decision on that. Yeah.
There seems to be a confusion, especially with the recent decision to extend voting processes. Can you please help us and the public understand how this was made possible from a legal perspective?
Look, it's firstly, again, one would hope, one hopes that in future the ECN is much more transparent in its processes leading up to something, particularly when there's a crisis, and in communicating its decisions. On the evening of the 28th of November, there was a lot of uncertainty in terms of what exactly is this? When was this decided? When were all these consultations done? So that is something which obviously dents a little bit the perception that we're supposed to have of a ECN which is independent, which is transparent. Given that is me, that as it is, the next day we then saw a proclamation signed by, on the hand of the president, indicating that he amended the government gazette, which he issued in September 2024. In September 2024, he issued a gazette indicating that this is going to be polling day. The time is going to be from 7 in the morning to 9, and it's going to be on the 27th, which is obviously read with section 93, which says that even in the event that polling stations close and you're already in the line, you can just continue to vote. Look, the Electoral Act itself does not necessarily provide for the president to amend that, the particular proclamation. And there's one can say there's particular reasons for that. Political parties who have counting agents and agents at the polling stations and all of that obviously need specific time to make those logistical arrangements. So there's no specific provision made to say that the president can extend. There's not that. I believe perhaps what they relied on, I was doing some trying to understand it. That's why I say that the ECN should be more open in terms of explaining this. Perhaps what they relied on was this interpretation of statutes proclamation of 1937 of 1920, which says that if a particular state functionary is empowered to make certain rules and regulations, they also have the same power to amend those regulations. So I think at the very least, perhaps they relied on that to make that determination. It's quite uncertain. I think the ECN, that's what I'm saying, the ECN should be frank, because obviously the public is extremely, those in those 8 constituencies are ecstatic, because now they can, and we saw the lines at Namib, now they can vote. and they would not really be too concerned in terms of the interpretation. Is it correct? Is it not correct? But we do see some views from political parties and those with time to read, questioning and saying, but wait a minute, is this correct or is it not correct? And it's important for the ECN to explain to the electorate, to the citizens, even those who don't vote, and to the political parties, that when we reached our decision, we relied on this particular provision. In the absence of that, people might then interpret and say, but is the president acting lawfully? At the end of the day, it's a catch-22 for the president, but we've got commissioners like Tate Pius who are legal practitioners, and they should, we saw the way they, the way they speak. They should be very open and transparent and say, this is what we relied on, so that the people can then respond and say, oh, okay, we now understand or we don't understand. Otherwise, it just leaves a very gray area. And here's the difficulty, though. Just to give you a practical example, we saw, I think, last year or the year before, just an example where the Speaker of Parliament made a decision to bar certain parliamentarians from Parliament. I think there were 2 or 3, and simply said, your conduct based on the rules, you are banned from Parliament. That decision stood up until those particular individuals went to the High Court and ultimately the Supreme Court, which turned it down and said, Speaker of Parliament, you were incorrect. You get it? So the fact of the matter is, there might be shortcomings within the decision of the president, but right now, as it is, with its shortcomings or without them, it stands, because he made a decision, and up until it's set aside, that decision stands.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we foresee the aggrieved political parties or political parties who are not in agreement or do not understand to approach the court for assistance in this regard? Do we foresee that?
Look, I think do we foresee it? One can't determine that. Would it assist us? Would it assist us? Yes. I think, particularly on the aspect of the extension, I think it would assist us a lot as a Namibian people, the media, everybody, if one of the political parties or even an organization of sorts which has locus approach the court for clarity, for future purposes. Because what are we saying? Are we then saying that, without getting a clear stance on it, are we saying that the president is empowered to just continuously amend his proclamation? Can he amend till when? You get what I mean? That's the uncertainty that there is. It borders being very unlawful in the absence of a determination and explanation. But at the very least, one understands also the difficulty that the state was in, the president was in, because it was quite evident based on what the media was showing, and based on what the presiding officers were saying, that some people were denied the right to vote. So I think the president made a very difficult decision, which is slightly, in the middle, but it's what it is. So yes, it would assist us greatly if one of the political parties approached and said, this is what happened, it already happened, what is the stance? Court, please interpret this for us. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for explaining that to us. Your final remarks, and as far as understanding the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia is concerned, please.
Look, I think my plea to the ECN is just to say that we must be, the ECN is a body. It was the Constitution was amended in 2014 to give them specific powers, né? And then there's the Act. They are our only body as Namibians which we have entrusted with our Article 16 right to vote. And number one, our plea is that they should be very transparent in terms of their communications to people. They should be communications to the electorate. They should be very open in terms of their engagements with the electorate, not on the defensive. Obviously, it's quite clear that there's a lot of administrative glitches, but this is the only electoral commission of Namibia that we have, and it's just not about a year from now. We are going to require them again to run our local authority and regional elections. So our plea is, even as a legal practitioner, all of us right now as citizens, is to say the ECN, please, be transparent, be open to engagement. The people are not here, the people and even us with our legal views are not here to fight the ECN. We are all here to monitor an institution which we've entrusted with our Article 16 right to determine who it is that is going to form the legislature and executive of our country.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
Well, that was a conversation with Henry Shumutikeni, and we were discussing the electoral disputes and laws in Namibia as Namibia is currently undergoing its election process for a president and National Assembly representatives.